All right, everybody.
Nice sign. Right.
You say God bless America. I say God damn America. God damn America. This place fucking sucks. It's getting worse. We're here for another episode of Worcester Council Theater 3000. Bill is in the house down at City Hall. Another rally ahead of the City Council meeting. Let's listen in. Bill, how are we?
Oh, doing great.
My name is Janet Davis. I see her coming out. I'm a member of our local Worcester Surge chapter. Surge stands for Showing Up for Racial Justice.
And
this is Sarah Bertrand. And we were thrilled to come here tonight.
Agenda tonight, actually.
And just wanted to talk a little bit about why
many things.
Surge has a focus on organizing
for them to slow down. So this is going to be a long one tonight, everybody.
And one of the ways we do this is by discussing and exploring our mutual or shared interests. And so what are the mutual interests? So the system of white supremacy harms all of us, including cisgender people, though in very different ways than transgender and gender diverse people. But the systems that are at work harm all of us, and we need to get clear about what we have to gain in this fight. So mutual interest allows us to collectively turn towards recognition that it's these systems and structures that are harming
Bill,
all
can
of
you
us,
confirm that
undermining our
Channel 25 is there tonight?
Yeah, they're interviewing Allie right now.
And so we have to work together to change it. So mutual
It's right
interest
there in the
inspires
back.
us and is founded in
You can see
solidarity
it.
across
See the camera.
race, class,
If there's an
gender,
opportunity
and so on.
during the
So it
meeting,
is the antidote to society.
they're not going to do a live hit. If they were doing a live hit, I was going to say it would be a great time to yell Baba Booey, Joe Petty's penis.
So tonight, we're going to ask you all in some small groups. Many of you already came here with some friends, but maybe branch out and try to find some other people to talk to. We have some questions on a little half sheet to kind of guide the conversation around what is the mutual interest, what brought you here tonight, what do you see as our common fight. And then we also want to encourage you to reflect on participating in the public comment testimony in support of item 7I, which states, on behalf of queer residents of Worcester and said residents and allies, request adoption of the resolution declaring the city of Worcester a sanctuary city for transgender and gender diverse people. We have people circulating around with the half sheet. We're going to spend about 10 minutes, and then we're going to have people come back, and we'll just do some collective sharing, and hopefully pump each other up to participate in the public comments. Thank you.
Well, you hear that, folks? We're getting pumped up. We're getting fired up.
We're getting fired up.
We're all getting all juiced up. Here, I'm going to turn my camera back on. I got to go up to my spot.
I think you got to get up to your spot.
I got to get to my spot. That's going.
It's a new day. It's a new day in Worcester as the country burns around us. We're taking Worcester back.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to make this a more equal city so that everyone feels comfortable to act as dumb and stupid as the three of us on this show.
If you can't act dumb and stupid in a city like Worcester, you can't act dumb and stupid anywhere. It's like reverse New York.
This city was founded on being dumb and stupid.
Look at all this.
What the heck?
Someone's freaking moving.
Bill having a clearance sale?
What in the world are they trying to? They're not trying to box you out of your spot, right? They're not getting scared.
No, I got my spot. Look at this.
Good.
I got my freaking spot.
Hell yeah.
All right.
What I like about this angle tonight is that if somebody just tunes in and they're not aware, they're going to think that we're sitting next to each other.
Oh, man. I love this. This is so antisocial. I show up to this event where everyone's on the third floor. I immediately go to the fourth just because I prefer the background.
Yeah.
You know what's weird is it's also really antisocial when you and Bryan are sitting right next to each other, but instead of having your own camera feeds because that's just what we've become as a society.
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
Antifa, is it possible to put our show up on the projector? I know that was a technical difficulty last time.
That's a good idea.
If not, then I think just a big picture of Bill Shaner. Could be good.
Do one of the old pictures of Elon Musk where he still has no hair.
And he's human shaped. Oh wow, I love it up here. I'm just gonna come work up here. Honestly, I feel very, very calm, very content.
Yeah. Peaceful.
Yeah. So we got a busy ass agenda. I was reading the agenda earlier.
Yeah, let's run it down a little bit.
Yeah. I even prepared some notes. I'm on top of it today. Oh my God, guys, wait. Just you wait until I get back in my booth in my office, because I figured out how to run my vocal feed through GarageBand, which has myriad effects, including monster voice, alien voice. We're gonna have some fun with that. What do we got? We have 7i, which Janet was just talking about. That is to declare the city a sanctuary city for trans folks. Guaranteed the council just tells them to fuck off on that one. We have a pretty significant change that seems to have flown under the radar. The fire department has like an ordinance change to mandate sprinklers in like all residential buildings, 4 units and above. And they're voting on the actual ordinance tonight.
Wow.
Which is like, that's pretty significant.
And now there hasn't been any items about sending that hasn't been in committee at all, has there?
I don't think so, no, because it came straight from the fire department, so they might move to send it to committee. We'll see. And then we have a fun one on Rule 11, legal guidance on Rule 11, which is the rule that you can't talk about anything that Joe Petty doesn't want you to talk about.
Right.
And, surprise, surprise, the city lawyer agrees with the way the council's been using it. And also introduces a new wrinkle that they can use Rule 40B to automatically pass on every petition without talking about it. So that would effectively render putting petitions on the city council agenda useless. That's not like something the council has to vote on. She was just putting that out there. You guys could invoke this other rule, 40B, and none of this would ever happen again. So I feel like that's pretty enticing to a guy like Joe Petty. We'll see.
Yeah, it's like such cool stuff.
Yep. 836B. They're moving $1.2 million from the city manager's contingency fund to court judgments. Just court judgments. Doesn't say what judgment, doesn't say why.
I think we do, because the reason they're going into executive session tonight is for an $8 million judgment against
Natale Cosenza.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, which they're still fighting in appeals court. I was looking up on that. The last we've heard from that was from September, and the city tried to take themselves off as a defendant, leaving the 2 detectives who put the guy in jail like sort of hanging out by themselves to dry. I'm not sure if that's going to hold water, but we'll see. And then 8.39A, we have a budget report, preliminary budget report, with some of the most insane charts I've ever seen in a report. I can't pull them up right now, but maybe I'll be back by the time that we get up there to talking about that one.
Oh, look out.
Yeah, I know.
Be cool.
Yeah. Just up here for the background.
Yeah. Steal any cabinets or lecterns. There we go.
Oh, there we go.
The boys are back in town.
Anyone feeling ambitious in the chat should pull up the report for 8.39A and just look at some of those charts. There's one chart that seems to indicate that by 2050, like half of our budget will be paying back loans. I don't know if I'm reading it right, but
that's That's more than half my budget. So
The entire
Yeah.
local economy will
Yeah.
just be the foundation of which is lawsuits.
Yeah, yeah. There's an exploding. I put a screenshot of it on Blue Sky. I think it was Blue Sky, maybe Twitter. The orange item is new debt obligation, and by 2051, almost half of the entire budget is in new debt service, which means that it's loans they haven't even taken out yet. They're just foreseeing themselves having to take out in the future.
was that 8.39A, Bill?
8.39A, yeah.
All right, I'm dropping the attachment in the chat right now. If anybody.
Great question here from Feeney. There was supposed to be an item on about an investigation into Candy's transphobic behavior. The city clerk decided totally on his own, I'm sure, with no influence from the mayor at all, to not allow that on the agenda. That's what I sort of kicked off the last Worcester Sucks post about.
Right.
Just same thing as the Gaza petition in October. It just got clerked. It got Nico'd. Can't be on the agenda.
Just a side note for our own purposes, to that end, Nico has betrayed us. So Nico no longer our friend.
Right.
No longer friends with Nico. I have changed the subscription level. Nico's Angels, that is deleted. It is now Roman's Angels. So hype trains, just as an aside, hype trains are now called rocket trains. There is a rocket emoji that'll pop up for our boy Rocket. For that, and I think we're gonna get rid of our Nico emojis for a while till he becomes cool again. And I don't know, Camber, I mean, I guess that at this point I leave it up to you. I don't want to tell you what to do, but we are now okay with you doing that as a show. He's becoming less sexy by the day. And that's pretty disappointing.
Pretty disappointing. He could have just been a hunk. He could have stuck with us, who were constantly calling him hunks.
Yeah.
And he could have just been a hunk, but he decided, I had an internship with the mayor when I was in high school. I owe my career, so I'm gonna do a bunch of sketchy shit for him. No good.
Yeah.
And also, the mayor should just be owning up to interfering in this shit. It's really, really shitty. And the opposite of leadership, to blame the people that work for you for doing things that you tell them to do. That is an extremely cowardly, classic bad boss move.
Yeah. And if anybody from City Hall wants to reach out to us off the record on background to talk about the cowardly shit that Joe Petty does, then we're happy to keep your name out of it but at least let it get out there. We need to know it's election year.
Oh, toward that end, hold on, I'm gonna have to probably come back to this one. I figured out how to actually do the tip line. So Worcester Sucks has a tip line now where you can leave voicemails. Made me juicy voicemails and stuff going on. And I wrote the number down in my notebook somewhere, but it's probably a bunch of pages ago. So I guess I'll go down and walk around and see who I can talk to.
Yeah, and we'll put that tip line up later in the night, and obviously follow at Worcester_Sucks and subscribe to Worcester Sucks and I love you. I love it to
Worcester Sucks and I love you.
That's good for Valentine's Day. Worcester Sucks and I love you.
That is good. That's really good. Sounds like there's stuff going on down there.
Going?
Let's go check it out.
All right.
Bill, you should just start auctioning off all that equipment up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's take a little look. Let's take a little look at what we're working with up here. We got a couple of file cabinets. Actually, it's all file cabinets. Mostly file cabinets. How you doing? I don't know.
That could be all the evidence.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why that cop's up there.
Yeah. When I was scoping out the inventory and telling you guys about it, the cop was giving me a really dirty look. So I'm not going to do that anymore.
All right. Was there anything else on the? Oh, that's the other thing. Evictions. Yeah. I think.
Oh yeah. Eviction.
We'll hear
I forgot
Grace
to write that
speaking
one down.
Yeah.
Hello.
The first time in a few weeks that I felt really good, like in the community. So thank you for the opportunity. Awesome. Thank you for all.
Freaking big dog over here on Boston 25. Look at that.
Whoa.
Oh, I thought my camera was still on me. I'm standing next to Allie.
Are you live streaming this?
Tell Ellie great job. We assume.
Not just a text, just call them up. Make sure they're okay, because that's, you may feel good.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So checking in on our network, the people that we know, making sure people are doing okay.
What does clear liberation mean to you?
Freedom.
Freedom. If you're an ally, what's in it for you? Everything.
Joy.
Yeah.
Learning.
Learning. That's
Muted.
knowledge, power.
Entertainment. True, like breaking away from mine.
Yes. I think this is what everyone that's here right now, this is definitely one.
Welcome, Lavender Lad.
Your clear loved ones. So thank you so much for being here. This is an amazing turnout. If no one else has anything else to share, I wanted to just be mindful of the folks who are making public comment and need to leave early. If you are one of those people, please start making your way to the chamber and lining up for public comment. Other than that, I love you all. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Allie, while I have you.
What?
While I have you.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm doing it.
All right, I'm with Allie Sislow, and I'm going to ask, what did you tell the cable news from Boston?
We were talking about how Worcester City Council works, because it's a Byzantine and deranged process that when you explain it to people, they're like, one more time. We also went over the content of the resolution, kind of breaking down some of the data that goes into it, talking about sort of like the quantitative numbers behind queer oppression, and both on a national level, but also locally. Like there was a survey done in 2021 of Worcester Youth Services. And then talking about some of the other legislation that exists and that to protect queer and trans life in Massachusetts already. And then to talk about the demands of the resolution itself. So,
Yeah. All right. So do you expect the council passes the resolution tonight? Be honest.
I mean, look, I think the harder sell was last week, frankly, because allocating $500,000 to a resilience fund is about like queer futurity. It's about building queer and trans thriving. And I think that's a much harder sell than saying, here's the shield, here's the line in the sand, here's what you don't slide back past.
Right.
So it would be honestly a little weird if they were like, the most cynical answer is like, maybe they just assume that $500K never materializes and it's just like optical panacea, right? So that we leave them the fuck alone. But
I don't know if that's the most cynical. I feel like that's like,
really?
it's just what's going to happen. Did you see the city manager get quoted?
Why not the both? There are mutual coexisting truths here.
Right.
It can be the most cynical and it can also be what's real.
Yeah. Okay, last question. Do you remember when Joe Pitti said that as a member of the LGBTQIA community at a debate in 2022?
No, but I'm really curious about that story.
Yeah, I know.
I want to know.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I told him that we were supposed to keep that a secret.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, anyway, Allie, we'll see you in there. Another week in the trenches.
Yes.
Okay, so that's what I want to say. A word about the sustained turnout over the past 3 weeks going on here. It's pretty cool to see because usually it's a one and done sort of thing.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I think we honestly have a lot more folks who, because of the rampant illness going around in February in New England. Lots of people are going to be calling in on Zoom.
Yeah.
So this actually doesn't even represent everybody who's going to be speaking tonight. But I
Great.
think it's about leveraging different networks, leveraging different connections, like about the person-to-person 101, getting people out, organizing. And that's what all of us did to make sure that folks got here.
Great.
Felt supported.
All right, well, thank you so much.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
You heard it here second, folks. Alex is slow. Hey, what's up, Hannah? You want to be on the live stream?
For what?
Worcester Council Theater.
Oh,
Do you want just say,
my commentary?
Yeah, you want to just say something real quick? I'm on the stream right now. She doesn't want it. All right, you lost you.
That's cool. That's fine.
Lost your opportunity.
Someday.
Never again, actually. You're cut off. Oh, look who it is. A word for the folks at home.
Hey, there she is.
You gonna be speaking tonight?
Yeah.
All right, good. All right, let's do it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get up into we got everyone's filing into where they're gonna be to do the things they're gonna do. So I'm gonna get up in my perch.
Hell yeah. Yeah, Jess is speaking tonight. Public comment. Next week we're gonna send Roman down with her as well. To threaten the mayor with barking.
There was a story in the Telegram today about a guy in Brookfield who goes to Brookfield Board of Selectmen meetings, but he brings his service dog, and because he needs it. And Crank in Brookfield constantly tries to get the dog to bark, and he's distracting the dog the entire time during the meeting, to the point where he filed a federal lawsuit. So pretty cool.
Wow.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. Oh wow. Yenny, how is it out there? Yenny's in Colorado right now.
Oh, we're packing it in here tonight. Hey, what's up? I haven't seen you in forever.
It has been a while. Been hiding.
Thanks for coming down.
Yeah. Thanks for doing your thing.
Yeah, of course. This is important. We'll see how it goes. I gotta see if I can't find somewhere to.
Find Antifa. Find our friend Worcester Antifa.
Oh, I just
Get near the
did.
projector.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna see if I can sit right there. If that's all right with you guys, if you don't mind.
Ooh.
Oh, excuse me.
Other new angle. We're closer. We're closer to the crank side of the chamber.
That's
tonight.
right. We'll be able to smell them.
Yeah, we're gonna get interesting angles on people pretending not to text on their phones.
Yeah, that's right. I'm just gonna do it like this the entire time. It's like I'm in jail. Dum, dum. See what we got. See what we got in here tonight.
Oh yeah, this is a great angle. I love this angle.
Here they come.
You're freaking people out, Bill. They're having a meta response.
I exist. I exist in two realms at once.
An uncanny valley response.
Yeah. I'm on the material plane and in the shadow realm.
Good point, man, South Mom.
That's just perfect like that. That's right.
Guys, is it do you say it USAID or USAID?
I've heard it said both by professionals.
Yeah,
I still have no idea.
USAID.
When we talked about it at civil engineering company I worked at, it was always USAID. Never
That's
USAID.
what I've heard. That's what I heard on the CIA shows I watch. This one, it's very funny. It's very funny to follow this story because it's pretty seemingly is objectively a CIA front. But it's also bad the way that they're ruining it. You know, I don't necessarily have feelings about whether or not they should ruin it. But it's that they shouldn't be allowed. Those guys shouldn't be allowed to. Is really where I'm coming down on it, and it's really hard to get that. Eric's comment before that his doctor is a follower of the show. But yeah, USAID, good. I needed to know that. Yeah, this is what I mean. Like, yeah, like there's a certain. I mean, I don't know enough about it. So again, like everything else in my life, I'm taking my knowledge and things from movies and TV, which is not a good idea, but it's just how I've lived my life. And they tell me, and I guess I've seen a lot of anecdotal evidence, and people pretty much outright saying that it is a front. But again, those guys shouldn't be allowed to do that.
I mean, I guess, dude, it's like, I mean, like everything is in a way like an intelligence front, right? Like, because that's the whole point of intelligence, right? Like, if you're in an embassy, like you're around the State Department, everything eventually works its way through intelligence channels. And I get there's an argument to be made that if like you have interests in the spread of democracy as an institution, like part of doing that is doing things like overseeing elections. I mean, we've done that since the Kennedy era, right? Like we have despots and you have dictators. Like if the window of opportunity comes up to have an actual election, third parties from the international community to come in to make sure they don't get funky.
Right, and if there's too much democracy or maybe even a little bit of socialism, then we can go ahead and put in a despot.
I mean, and that's the downside, right? Is like that we've gone in both directions at different times, depending on what like the climate in the United States was.
Right.
Someone just made an interesting comment in there about globalism and whatnot. The coolest thing that I've seen in the last couple of weeks, the New York Times did a long form interview. So you can watch the video, you can read it, whatever, with Steve Bannon last Friday. And it was through their opinion section. Their opinions editor is a pretty conservative guy, so speaks the new right language. So it was a very, very just free-flowing conversation. I challenge anyone to read the transcript in Liz Warren's voice and just swap out the word globalism for nationalism and tell me the difference. Like it's Steve Bannon is a genius in the sense that he really has done the work of figuring out how to tap into working class Americans, just again focusing on national populism as opposed to globalist style populism. Whereas Liz Warren talks to the political donor class, Steve Bannon is talking to people who had checked out of voting decades ago, generations ago. It's really, really neat stuff.
Yeah, everyone has ulterior motives, and I don't like it.
No, because it's all a grift at the end of the day.
Exactly. Yeah. Nelly, no, they haven't even started the meeting yet. So any moment now. And this comment
that's all I mean
from YouTube.
Yeah. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thanks for showing up. Who could say?
That's all I mean, Gio. It's like the debate is like whether or not, obviously, we should be involved, whether you want to think of it as meddling or providing vaccines in other countries. That's a totally separate debate.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's why everything nothing is about stance anymore. Or actual real political thought. It's just
no, I mean, dude, and a point of origin matters too. And like maybe a lot of these orgs are dated, but I always kind of looked at both USAID and the Peace Corps, originating with the Kennedy administration is the same thing. Like Kennedy was really the last of our leaders that had experienced war himself. And the only way to really get a country with isolationist, nationalist tendencies to not find themselves in that place again is to expose people who otherwise wouldn't be exposed to the rest of the world. Have they gone sideways and been used for nefarious purposes? Absolutely. But yeah, you want to see some fucking nasty ass shit? Like make sure wealthy Americans don't get to see what life in the rest of the world looks like. And yeah, we'll go downhill real fucking fast.
Yeah. Yeah. It's cool times. Somebody, all the children that are working for Musk's Little Elves that are rat fucking everything.
So punchable. So fucking punchable.
One
But
of them
that's
goes
just
to
it.
Northeastern, but somebody published all of their addresses and phone numbers today. There's a big
Councilor Calorio.
discussion about whether or not
Councilor
that
G.I.
it's acceptable to even name who they are.
Carlson.
And it's like, oh boy,
Councilor
you don't want to into this
Councilor Hayda.
because we might start talking about.
Councilor Russell. Here.
You'll find out how cool everyone is with direct action.
Here. Next motion is to.
Later, Bruce,
approve the
thanks for the
minutes of
follow.
January
Welcome.
21st, 2025. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Before we go in public participation, we have one item that will be held under privilege by Candy Merrill Carlson. That's 8.12A, the fire suppression system, sprinkler system. And now we have public petition.
That bought us an hour.
Participation. A person may speak for no more than 2 minutes on any item appearing on the agenda. This your name, city of residence, and item number.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Fred Nathan, Worcester. My item is 10I. No, I'm sorry.
On your petition, you can
I'm
get,
sorry, 7G. I was reading the wrong thing here. I'm sorry. Fred Nathan, Worcester. I already said that, but there is an issue. There's a lot of homeless people in Worcester. And Worcester can take the bull by the horn here and actually do something. Years ago, when St. Vincent Hospital moved downtown, they in turn gave the old nursing dormitories to Worcester because they didn't want to deal with it. It cost a lot of money to fix it up. So it's an opportunity for Worcester can actually do something for the homeless.
I'm appreciative of how the daggers,
there are many
the three
reasons
people
why, but
around
we
Fred.
won't get into why the homeless. That's inconsequential as to why they're homeless. But the point is they are homeless. So you're going to say, oh, well, Worcester, we don't have any money. But you do. And my little thing here is you take
Not
that,
in public, Fred.
city manager says, well, we're going to make this a
It's a
homeless
family
shelter.
show.
Now, of course, how are you going to fund it? Well, I do recall we have a trade school with kids that
yes,
trades.
Fred's going hard child
you can
labor.
Fix that up, and it won't cost you a dime in labor. All you got to do is
love it.
get the material, which
Uncertified
I'm sure they
child
have.
labor.
It's a win for the city. It's a win.
Has
for
Elon
the
gotten
homeless
rid of?
people, and it's a
Elon did
win
get
for
rid of the
people
national
who
labor.
Look
don't
at
want
Rob.
the homeless people
Look at Rob staring
in
fucking
their
daggers at
backyard,
us.
literally, or in their storefronts. And if anybody has a disagreement with that, find a better place.
thank you. Next speaker, please. What's your name, city of residence, and item number?
Hi, my name is Eliza. I'm a Worcester resident, and I'm speaking in support of item 7I, which is calling on Worcester to declare itself a sanctuary for trans and gender diverse people. I would like to speak to any member of this body who's concerned that a symbolic action instead of the real work of governing doesn't make sense right now. In the last 2 weeks, the new president has governed by symbolic actions, by political theater. With a stroke of a pen, the president has sought to erase the existence of transgender people, not to mention the reality of racism, our commitment to preserving the planet for our children, and so much more. These so-called symbolic actions have had monumental material costs. Scores of federal employees have been fired, some for so much as attending a diversity training. Scientific research has stopped in its tracks, and millions of dollars of funding have been cut from life-saving programs. These symbolic actions at the federal level have real consequences, and so we're asking you tonight to take a symbolic action that will similarly have real consequences for people on the ground here in Worcester who are looking for assurances that the city will protect their civil rights. In addition to political theater, Trump has also been using a very old playbook of divide and conquer. Government websites with just last week use the acronym LGBTQ. This week say only LGB. And in the campaign, J.D. Vance horrifyingly spoke of the normal gays. I'm sorry to even repeat that in order to exclude trans and gender nonconforming constituents from his imagined base. As a cisgender queer person, I want to say firmly and unequivocally, we will not be divided. We're standing shoulder to shoulder with our trans and non-binary siblings. Where they go, we go. An attack on them is an attack on all of us. In this time when the executive is seeking to strip civil rights from trans and gender diverse community members, we're asking you to set a different precedent and a different course. Declare that the city of Worcester will protect and defend Worcester's trans and gender diverse residents now and going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Mr. Resident District 2, I was just wanted to speak on item 12.
Great job,
A.
Antifa.
I know it's being held, but I think this is a great order that can really help have a meaningful step forward with protecting properties in Worcester. We know that the majority of properties in Worcester housing stock is built before 1939. So this is a real, like the Chief Dwyer said, it's a very not heavy-handed way of improving fire safety. I know there's lots of small-time property owners that are concerned about this, but it would not impact property owners of 4 or less, so it would not impact mom and pop landlords. But this is a real way of improving fire safety, improving infrastructure, and really protecting our aging housing stock. I also wanted to speak in obviously support of 7I. Transgender community, LGBTQ community, people with disabilities like myself, people of the BIPOC community are all under attack, whether it's through hateful rhetoric or policy changes at the federal, state, or local level. And I think Worcester has a real opportunity here to say that's not what we're about. It's the right thing to do, and we need to make sure that Worcester stays a place that is welcoming and acceptable for all, which it is. But I think we can do better. Obviously, it's the right thing to do to say Worcester is not going to stand for that, and that we're here and we're a welcoming place for all. It is the right thing to do. Thank you.
That's your next District 2 City Councilor, Rob Bellotta, everybody.
Is your name and city residence?
Adam Thilker, and I live here in Worcester. And, okay, I have put a Valentine on each desk at the City Council and given one to you as well, Mayor. And in them are contained various notes pertaining to the sanctuary resolution. Was it JI?
7I.
Well, okay, 7I, sorry. And so I'll just get right to it with a general sort of a little thing here, that each of you on City Council needs to stand up and be counted. The hate and the chaos being raised by the mob in the White House has caused fear and confusion throughout your community. And there's been a lot of talk about the differences between speech and action and the differences between national and local. But we see speech becoming action. We see national becoming local at a terrifying rate at this point. And so there's really no difference, as far as I can tell, in what's happening here. And so we need to support the communities which are affected by this with all our might. And I hope that everybody on the City Council sees fit to do so. You know, unfortunately, at this point, the council is divided, I know. But I believe that the moment has come when we're all going to have to stand together, at least on this issue, and put aside our personal differences. Now, the council has failed to take any action, you know, concerning hate speech, concerning whispering campaigns, considering personal attacks taking place between members on the City Council. And we need to stop that right now, all of us, so that we can get on with this and present a unified front as we go through the next 4 years. Now, and you've denied petitions, you've delayed votes, and you've allowed your personal feelings, all of you, to get the better of you. And I'm asking that you stop that. You know, I could be judging us all on our worst actions, but I don't believe that that's fair. I think that we all can do better. We have all done better, and we can all do better again. And this is the evening when we should do so. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, my name is Manolo. I am 9 years old and from Worcester. Today I ask from Worcester to become a sanctuary city where everyone lives without fear. A lot of people don't know that immigrants add over $4 billion in taxes to Massachusetts and $11 billion to the country. My grandmother, Christina, our neighbors, and the kids I play with at the playground are immigrants. They are human. Only a person without love in their heart would vote against safety for everyone. Who calls Worcester home? My generation will inherit this world and your mistakes when you are gone. So please do what's right and make Worcester a city I am proud to call home. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. More suited. Hello, everyone. My name is Nali Medina from District 5, Atal Haji Eyes District. So over the last few months, we've seen an unprecedented explosion in violence and hateful rhetoric and discriminatory legislation aimed at the LGBTQ plus community. Disgusting anti-LGBTQ plus stereotypes are spreading unchecked on social media, and our LGBTQ plus youth and their allies are seeing this. Do you know who else is seeing this? Adults and students who feed off the stigma created by disinformation, then create a hostile environment that endangers the lives of anyone outside the gender binary, online, in the community, and at schools. The violence is spreading like a virus, threatening not just LGBTQ plus community. Hate has no boundaries. I can't imagine what it must feel like to know that the things that make you unique and special to those who love you are also the same things that make you a target whenever you leave your home. Sorry. Saying all people belong and are safe here is not enough. Say the words. Worcester is a sanctuary city. I demand that you honor those words and do everything you can to ensure the safety of those who need it. This council must always say the words. Worcester is a sanctuary city for undocumented immigrants who have made a home here and who are afraid that at any moment, ICE, aided by our city's resources, will uproot them, be stripped of their due process, and be deported. Let me also clarify that all of us are responsible for keeping the targeted members of our society safe. And shame on those who look like me, who threaten to open their doors to ICE when they knock. Óyeme. Your silence will not save you. It's only a matter of time. One of those times the sheriff knocks, it will be to take you. My LGBTQ plus immigrant and Islamic communities, now is the time to join in coalition and build a movement to uproot the seeds of hate that brought us here today. And unelect, with all of our power, the council leadership made up almost entirely of humans who choose complicity and cowardice over humanity. Let's elect the council representing who we are, not who they are.
Can you wrap up?
The revolution will not be televised. It is happening now, and we are all a part of it.
We'll be live stream
Solidarity forever.
on Twitch. Brought to you by Worcester Council Theater 3000.
Nelly is the fucking coolest.
Is our next speaker?
I am a Worcester resident, and I am speaking on behalf of item 7I. My name is Missy Gleckel. My pronouns are she and her. I am a family physician in Worcester, and I've been practicing gender-affirming care for about 7 years. I want to speak in favor of Worcester becoming a sanctuary city. In the past few years, we have certainly seen an influx of patients coming to Worcester from places like Texas, West Virginia, New Hampshire, and I'm sure places in other parts of the world. People come, of course, to access healthcare, but they also come to find community, support, belonging, safety. They come to Massachusetts because they believe that their rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness will be protected.
Jack, I'll explain to you
Worcester is in an
later why
excellent
that's
position
not
to
what that
become a
means.
sanctuary city because
We
it can
can talk about
offer
it
all
later.
of this. And In order to provide sanctuary, in order to promise safety, community, and health, we still have work to do. Institutions from museums to the public school district to government must continue to examine their conscious and unconscious biases individually and through policy. The city needs to be able to guarantee supportive, affirming healthcare, social services, and government support. And most importantly, we need to prove through our actions and work that intolerance, fear, and hatred won't be allowed. We shouldn't wait for the designation of sanctuary city for this, but we should do this now. Just one other thing I have to say. While there is a primary care crisis where only 4 out of 10 people are able to access primary care in the state, ensuring that the small subset of providers who actually provide gender-affirming care are able to do this and able to do it safely is critical and serves one of the most basic needs. Thank you.
Get your name, say your residence, and item number.
Hi there, my name is Caitlin Durham. My pronouns are she, her. Thank you to the City Council of Worcester for receiving our comments and for your commitment to the health and well-being of the residents of Worcester. I am here to unequivocally support the resolution to declare the City of Worcester a sanctuary city for transgender and gender diverse people, particularly during this tumultuous time for trans folks in the United States. It's more important than ever to make it clear where we stand as a community. I come before the council tonight as a proud Worcester resident since 2004, as the mother of 2 children in the Worcester Public Schools, ages 11 and 5, who are somewhere around here tonight. Also a family nurse practitioner, and I've provided health care right here in Worcester for 16 years. Since 2015, I've had the privilege of providing care at Planned Parenthood League of Massachusetts, the Worcester Health Center, where I provide contraceptive care, STI testing and treatment, gender-affirming care, and I lead a sexual and reproductive health training program for advanced practice clinicians. At Planned Parenthood, we believe that folks deserve high-quality, compassionate health care, no matter their gender identity. And we will stay true to this mission, even as trans people, their families, and the care providers are threatened by the president, his allies, and other transphobic people across the country. Respecting and using people's preferred pronouns creates safety and belonging for trans and non-binary people. Creating space of safety and belonging is what I expect of my colleagues and certainly of my elected officials. There have been moments on my journey in this work where I have misgendered an individual. When I do so, I apologize and I correct my language, and it's that simple. It's how I teach my new graduates. Passing today's resolution will make a difference to members of our community. For example, I recently saw a patient, a young trans woman in crisis, unsure where she would sleep that night, feeling unsafe in her own home due to her gender identity. When I saw her again just last week, she expressed gratitude that our doors will remain open, one constant in this deeply unsettling moment in the nation. People need affirmation that we will be there for them and work to break down discrimination and hostility toward the LGBTQ people, not fan those flames. And it's our job to respect the beauty and the diversity of our community right here in Worcester, and it's truly what makes us strong.
Can you wrap
Thank
up
you
your
for the
comments,
opportunity to testify. I implore you to support this resolution. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kate. I am a resident of District 2, and I'm here to speak in favor of item number 7I, declaring Worcester a sanctuary city for transgender and gender diverse people. I speak tonight as an ally and proud parent of a queer teen and non-binary tween. For as long as my kids can remember, there's been a pride flag visible from 290, and just as religiously as we wave to Orson, we smile and wave to that rainbow every time we drive past it. To my kids, that flag signals safety and welcome. To me, what would signal true safety and welcome is not just a flag flying from a private business or even a flag raising at City Hall during Pride Month. I am watching for how you respond to the issue raising from city residents over recent weeks. I'm listening for how you respond to the concerns and complaints raised by fellow members of this council. I am waiting for evidence of systemic change and material support for the local queer community who have given you very clear requests and recommendations for how to do better. Voting to declare Worcester a sanctuary city is an honorable step and must be coupled with action on previously passed items. Otherwise, such a declaration is merely performative. On Thursday of this week, school committee will vote on the LGBTQ+ Safe Schools resolution, which I hope also passes. I implore the city councilors through the chair to support item 7I here tonight. Please take action to show residents of all ages they are safe and welcomed and celebrated in the community at large, not just protected within our public school buildings. Please vote loud and clear that hate has no home in Worcester and that Worcester will not cooperate with those who seek to sow hatred or division among us. Thank you.
Thank you. What's your name, city residence?
My name is Zoe Reidinger. I've been a longtime resident of Worcester, I think 16 years. I'm currently in District 5, although I used to be in District 4 for quite some time. I am a biomedical engineering professor at WPI. I came to Worcester for graduate school, and one of the reasons that I picked Massachusetts and Worcester in specific is because of the long history of supportive policies around LGBTQ rights. I had plenty of graduate schools that I was accepted to for my PhD, and I chose WPI because it felt like a safe place in an unsafe world. I am now, I've been a professor for 11 years, and I am the faculty advisor for our LGBTQ group on campus. And I have students in and out of my office every week, sometimes with really small things, relationship advice, sometimes with really big things like the intent to take their own life. And what I am here to ask you for is for you to support the Sanctuary City statement, because one of the things that can really help is the knowledge that other people that you've never met, people that have power, have your back even though they don't know you specifically. I have a mug in my office that says, be who you needed when you were young. And I know that I really could have used me when I was an undergrad, when I was doing my undergraduate in the South. I'm originally from North Carolina. And so I came here to do just that for my students. And so please stand with my students and give them some hope in a world that feels increasingly scarier.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sarah Bertrand. I live in Worcester. I'm just going to read from SURGE, a national organization that stands for Showing Up for Racial Justice, is working to get folks to sign on to a pledge to protect and resist against the current presidential administration's policies. And there's a piece that talks about why sign a public pledge. I'm also here in support of item 7I, declaring Worcester a sanctuary city. And it says, I quote, protecting targeted people will require bold, public, nonviolent action. It may be tempting to quietly resist behind closed doors, but being public both makes your actions more visible to the communities you're working to be in solidarity with, and creates more public pressure to end the immoral and anti-democratic actions of the authoritarian, end quote. I will also ask that we not end with a declaration, but we back up a declaration with action, that we avoid performative allyship, that we avoid silence, and acknowledge that being a sanctuary city requires treating our colleagues and community members with the basic respect that they deserve, that we pay attention to the intersection, to people at the intersection of racism and homophobia and transphobia and ableism and poverty and houselessness and xenophobia and the many forms of oppression. In addition, that LGBTQIA plus folks are experiencing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Oh. Hi, I'm Lena. I'm a transgender woman who lives here in Worcester. I work at the Worcester Art Museum as a gallery attendant, and I'm also like a bit of a community person and teacher at WPI. And so I see a lot of like queer folks coming through campus and people in Worcester, and I'm here because I think 7i is actually like a much more important thing than we're giving it credit for. I've spent like the past month seeing all the queer communities I'm part of seize up with fear, the WPI kids who go to the Alliance and my friends and the trans person who's here talking that I met when I was trying to get my name changed, who is terrified about whether they will even be able to do that. I see this like visceral terror in them every day when they receive news that the government has turned against them once again and they're less a citizen than they were 30 days ago. My queer coworkers start conversations with me where they express fear for their own lives, and my straight coworkers express fear for my life. Museum guests share that stuff with me, and that death grip fear is something I felt before in 2016. I consider my future gone at that point. I had seen it violently ripped away from me, and I came to Worcester because at WPI I felt like I had the chance to live, and I feel like there was safety that Worcester promised me. Now my friends are telling me that Worcester isn't safe anymore. And these are like bright kids. They just finished up like AP history, and they know how people like them have been targeted throughout history. They're seeing the book burning happening. The CDC has purged records of like HIV treatment, and you can no longer access that stuff on their website. I take down Nazi stickers on the flagpoles around here, and I get shot at with BB guns and called a tranny from cars passing by. And I can't emphasize enough how much the asks of this resolution aren't much at all. All we're asking is that the guns of the police station down the street aren't torn towards us because we're wearing a skirt.
Could you wrap up, please?
Yes.
Now I just want to go for a walk with this person. Like, put me fucking in code. People are shooting at you from cars.
Us queer people are canaries in cold mines.
We need to be friends.
And I think that people don't realize how quickly it will turn on you as well as it has turned on us. And if Worcester's not safe for us, then it's not safe for you or anybody.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, Council. My name is Chris Michelotti of Worcester. I'm here to speak in support of 7i. This city is my home. My wife and I chose to buy our first house here because of how welcomed we felt. The people in this city have proven time and time again how open they are to others joining this community. But I have seen and heard many people afraid and confused as to the future of this country in which we all reside. There are people that I love in the trans and gender diverse communities, both in this city and abroad. And I both want my chosen family to feel safe in this city that they call home, and I want those that I love to know that amidst all this chaos in our country, that there is a place that will take them in with open arms. One thing I have learned about this city, Worcester is a city of immigrants. It's a city of refugees of all kinds, and it's a city built by those who need a fresh start. And I hope that the council continues that tradition and votes to support 7i. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Pastor Julie Payne-Britton. I use the pronoun she, her, and I am a disabled cisgender lesbian. My wife and I moved here to Worcester in District 5 2.5 years ago. I'm also the associate pastor of Hadwin Park Congregational Church in Worcester, which is a UCC Protestant church that does church a little differently. I am here with many others from Hadwin Park Church tonight because we are asking you to vote in support of Resolution 7I, establishing Worcester as a sanctuary city for trans, non-binary, and gender diverse peoples. I acknowledge that Christianity has done and continues to do harm to the LGBTQIA+ community. As a Christian pastor, I want to take this opportunity to apologize to my queer kin. That is wrong. And honey, that ain't even real true Christianity. Because true Christianity affirms the belovedness of all peoples, including LGBTQIA+ peoples. I am here tonight to affirm that trans folks and non-binary folks and gender creative, gender fluid, gender diverse folk are made in the image of God and deserve safety and the chance to flourish. As cisgender allies, we sometimes make mistakes. And the important thing isn't the mistake, it's what happens after the mistake. This is the moment the City Council is in here. I urge you to accept the opportunity of this moment and use it to make Worcester a place where all people may embrace the fullest extent of their beautiful, God-given selves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please vote yes on 7I.
Hi, my name is Rose Dorico. I'm from Worcester. Just here to support 7I. I think Worcester can and should be a city where people feel safe to be themselves. We have so many different, beautiful identities here, and that's why I love it here. That's why I'm still here. And this is an opportunity to show people that we care and we're strong in the face of adversity. I also just want to thank all the people that have spoken about their own really personal experiences. It's not easy to defend your humanity, and you shouldn't have to. We should believe people when they say they're hurt, and you would want someone to do the same if it was you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Rebecca. I'm a Worcester resident. I'm a nurse practitioner, and I'm here in support of item 7I. I've been providing primary care in Worcester for the past 7 years, and gender-affirming care has always been a core part of my practice. Some of my trans and gender-diverse patients are lifelong Worcesterites. Some came here fleeing countries that would have them killed for being transgender. Some came from the rural towns of Central Mass, where there was no gender-affirming care for them to access. And increasingly, my patients have moved here from other states in our country, states in which their medical care is threatened, restricted, or banned outright. So people have already been seeking sanctuary in Worcester. When gender-affirming medical care is restricted or banned, what is effectively banned is trans people's access to primary care, point blank, period. What gets restricted is their ability to walk in the door of a clinic or a hospital and get the medical care that they need. In Massachusetts, there are no such restrictions. Access to gender-affirming care is a right enshrined in law. Insurers cannot exclude this care from their coverage. And providers like me can carry out our most basic job duties, caring for people of all genders without fear of reprisal by the state. Now, our federal government is churning out executive orders to dismantle these protections and to make the most basic aspects of trans existence not just precarious, but untenable. And there is nothing that is more central to this dangerous goal than banning access to medical care. So what we are facing at a national scale is the undoing of a complete infrastructure of evidence-based medical care for an entire class of people. It's gutting, it's appalling, and it is up to people like us, in cities like ours, in states like our Commonwealth, to stand against it. What we are asking you to do tonight, what I'm asking, is to affirm our commitment as a city to upholding the fundamental rights and dignity of trans and gender diverse people. People have been seeking sanctuary in Worcester, and I hope with everything I've got that that spirit of sanctuary continues, that it is strengthened by facing head-on the dire times we are living in, and that it is codified into law. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Emily. I live in Worcester. I'm a resident of District 2, and I am a physician in this community. And it's one of the honors of my career to provide gender-affirming care here in Worcester. I am fortunate to work with a gender-diverse group of patients, and I'm so fortunate to share with them both the joys of their lives, but also the sadnesses and their fears. In my personal life, I'm even luckier to love and be loved by members of this courageous, persistent community. In the last week and a half, the new president and his administration have launched an assault on the trans and gender diverse community, one that has culminated to date with an executive order striking down gender-affirming care for transgender youth under 19 and a sweeping censorship aimed at erasing the presence of this transgender community from federally funded agencies. This is in the face of 381 anti-trans bills already introduced this calendar year alone across 43 states. I have people in front of me describing feelings of desperation, despair, and suffocation if they can't receive the gender-affirming care that they need to live. They face ever-growing waves of persecution from every level of the government that purports to protect their best interests in total defiance and willful ignorance of the science that proves that gender-affirming healthcare saves lives. Every major medical organization representing over 1 million physicians in the United States supports the medical necessity of providing comprehensive trans healthcare services. It doesn't take a medical degree to understand that a group of people facing persecution deserve a safe community where they can continue receiving healthcare congruent with their needs. Not the shameful display of a federal government that refuses to acknowledge that healthcare from anyone and for anyone and everyone is a human right. As a voter, a physician, and as a human being, I urge this council to accept this resolution to make Worcester, my home, a sanctuary city for the LGBTQIA+ community. In the face of an executive branch that is focused on erasing and denying people's rights to live, let's send a message that here in Worcester, the heart of the Commonwealth, your right to exist, live, and thrive cannot be denied. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Amanda Early, District 3, resident of Worcester for almost 20 years. I am here before you tonight as a transgender woman in support of item 7I, the resolution to declare Worcester a sanctuary city. Ever since the election, people have been telling me not to worry about my safety since I live in Massachusetts. And as well-meaning as these words are, what many people don't realize is that my community and I are already in danger on a national level. Right now, we are under attack from executive orders to define trans and gender-diverse people out of existence, as well as orders that would end gender-affirming care for trans and gender-diverse children and teens under the age of 19. Worcester's queer community has been an ongoing source of compassion and support for me for the last several years, but now as we face attacks from our country's highest office, our community needs that same support from our cisgender and hetero allies as well. I know the title of ally has had some contentious meaning to the council lately. However, I believe our city is not beyond reclaiming that title. Therefore, today, I am here to call on the council to approve item 7I so that my trans and gender diverse community will know that even in the face of growing hostility, our city will always have our back. So that we know Worcester will protect its trans and gender diverse people from the federal policies that aim to harm us. So that we know Worcester will not give in to extradition requests from out-of-state laws on gender-affirming care, so that we know Worcester will continue to recognize the existence of trans and gender-diverse people, as well as provide access to care for those in need. And so that we know Worcester City Council will continue to educate themselves about transgender and gender-diverse people in order to repair broken bonds. It is my belief that in passing item 7I, Worcester and its City Council will begin to prove that it is back on the right track to become the ally it claims to be. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Siobhan. I'm a Worcester resident. Here to speak also in support of 7I. I'm grateful that this is on the agenda. I'm grateful that there are so many people speaking in support of it. I'm here to speak as a parent. If you'll allow me, I want to tell you a little bit about my kid, my awesome 9-year-old kid. They love video games and Dungeons and Dragons and reading. They're in chorus in 4th grade in the Worcester Public Schools. They're learning trumpet, they're learning taekwondo. They were elected as class rep to their student council. Their favorite spot in Worcester is That's Entertainment on Park Avenue. And they are non-binary.
Shout out.
And as a parent, it's been very difficult to know how much I should protect them from the hate that is out there, how much I need to arm them with that information, and how much I need to protect them from that information for as long as I possibly can. They're not fully aware of it yet, and in the last couple of weeks, that balance has become so much harder, so much harder. So basically, I think it's really important to pass this because I want to be able, there are many reasons to pass this. I want to be able to tell my child that the city they call home cares about them, respects them, and is committed to their safety. Thank you.
This side.
Hello, my name is Sarah Van Hoosen. This is my third year as a resident of Worcester, and I'm here to talk about 7I. As it stands, Worcester has already been a sanctuary city for my wife and I. If not in law, in practice. We came here from Missouri. I came here to go to school. I'm a PhD student in physics. And frankly, we would love to stay here. The way things are going, it will become unsafe for us to stay even in Massachusetts, where we fled to, essentially, from the Midwest, which was unsafe for my wife, in particular. If Worcester became a sanctuary city for people like us, we would be able to stay here. We would feel safe here. And I think it would be a better city for all of us in general. Thank you.
There she
Good
is.
evening, Jessica, resident of D1. I'm here tonight to speak in support of agenda item 7I. As a social worker serving vulnerable children and families in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, which includes members of the LGBTQI2S+ community, I feel it's imperative that we preserve our long-held beliefs through this resolution. Our Worcester residents expect our state and our city to continue to reflect our values that any individual that has a right to live within their sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression without restriction or discrimination. Transgender and two-spirit people have existed since the beginning of time and will exist beyond any denial by the federal government. We're not asking for permission to exist here, but to thrive in a safe way, to thrive in safety, because we all will be here regardless. It's imperative that we stand with our community in expressing our values and belief out loud through political action and designating our city as a sanctuary city. If you believe in we the people, that must pertain to all and pertain to everybody, apply to all. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
My name is Maria Cunha, and I am speaking on support of item 7I. I am a resident of Worcester, and I love this city. I have been a public school teacher for over a decade, and I care deeply about creating safe spaces for LGBTQ+ youth, which in turn benefits all youth. A sanctuary community allows its members to thrive. Through the environment we create, we save lives. Let me tell you a story about one student who was able to thrive and survive within a sanctuary. The mother of this student recently said to me, "Maria, our family is still so grateful for how you supported and how you and the school were supportive to Sean when he was in middle school." The student who now has great relationships with his family, friends, and is thriving at college studying music. But this was not always the case. When I met Sean, he identified as female. Sean was very quiet, very withdrawn, and depressed. It was almost impossible to get Sean to interact with other students, and he frequently missed school. One day, Sean showed up at the Gender and Sexuality Alliance, where I was the advisor, and very slowly, Sean started to form a small group of friends through the GSA. In the middle of our first parent-teacher conference, Sean blurted out to his mom, "I want to go by Sean, and I want to use he/him pronouns." Mom looked both terrified and relieved. I looked at Sean and said, "Okay." With the support of my school, I knew that I could quickly shift our conversation to focus on how to support Sean with his transition. The next day at school, I began to call Sean by their chosen name and pronouns.
The most important way to show a transgender student support is to get their name and pronouns correct and to consistently model this for other students. If other students came to me with questions, I answered them matter-of-factly. His name is Sean, and his pronouns are he, him. If they had further questions, I explained that they did not need to understand, but they needed to respect his name and pronouns. Sean trusted me. He knew that I would have his back in front of his peers and his mom. Over the next year, Sean's mom sent me many, many emails and shared many phone calls. She had so many questions about how to best support Sean, and she knew that I had her back as well.
Could you wrap up your comments, please?
This is how you build a sanctuary in a school. You build relationships, you model support, and you interrupt negative events when they happen. Homophobic remarks, transphobic remarks, and racist remarks. Because when those things are not interrupted, it's saying that you give permission. Sean's story is beautiful, and it's one of many. Think of how many people we can impact by making Worcester a sanctuary city.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Melinda, and I live in central Massachusetts. I'm here to support the Sanctuary City Resolution. I urge you to stand up to the recent federal campaign to exclude trans people from public life and to remove all their legal protections. The heart of this, for me, is my fear for my family's safety, especially for the children. I'm the mother of 3 and the grandmother of 5. I have a transgender child living in Worcester, and I have gender-diverse grandchildren. Like me, other parents and grandparents are terribly afraid for the safety of our trans kids and grandkids, for their physical safety from personal violence and the threat of violence, for their psychological safety and emotional development in this heated and hostile political campaign of discrimination. I'm a retired clinical social worker. I know that a young person's experience in their social environment critically impacts how they see themselves as a citizen, even if they have a supportive family. The queer community in Worcester needs to know that the council recognizes and respects their identities and rights in order for them to be safe enough to contribute to civil life in Worcester. Being a sanctuary city will send a powerful message throughout Massachusetts that cruelty and exclusion will not stand in Worcester, that this city guards and protects its diverse citizens. Vote yes on this resolution to reach the hearts of families like mine to say that we are not alone. Thank you.
Antifa, ask them how many of those they caused.
He's reviewing evidence files.
My name's Kate.
He's got
I
a
am
court
a resident
tomorrow.
of Auburn,
Checking
but
his body
Many
cam.
of my loved ones, family, friends are here in Worcester, and I care so much about our community. I really have a pretty simple comment, which is if we don't do this now, then when will this happen? The world is changing at a breakneck pace. We are all watching it unfold on the news. We see all the things that are happening that we have no control over. This is something we can control. This is a message we can send. It doesn't even have to be that hard. Just push back. Say, no, it's not coming here to Massachusetts. No, we're not letting you steamroll people like this. So if not now, then when? Now is the time. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Anna, otherwise known as Lady or Laddie LaRouge. Oh wait, I want my whole shirt in frame. Great. I have been a resident of Worcester for 24 years, and I am a loud and proud queer artist in the city. In fact, so loud that my testimony from last week has over 4,000 views on social media already. New England and the nation are watching you, Council. I'm here today to speak in support of item 7I, that on behalf of the queer residents of Worcester and our allies, we request you adopt the resolution declaring Worcester a sanctuary city for transgender and gender diverse people. This includes ensuring gender-affirming healthcare for trans youth and adults at our excellent medical facilities. And while I am in support of this item, 7I, I do not think we can call ourselves a sanctuary city or even an LGBTQIA 2S friendly city until you make good on your resolutions and promises of A, a public apology from Mayor Petty and Candy Merrill Carlson condemning the usage of the slur it, and B, holding yourselves accountable to initiating an immediate and thorough investigation into the transphobia and toxic council culture here, as the city clerk's office has denied the Queer Coalition's petition to investigate immediately. You can make good on those promises now. I will stand here and concede the rest of my time remaining to you, Joe, and through the chair to you, Candy, to make use of your public space here to make a public apology now. You have about a minute.
Okay, you can wrap it up then. Thank you.
I have more to say.
Okay, go ahead.
I love this.
Okay, your time is up.
I have
You have another
54
20
more seconds.
Yeah, you
I'm
do.
timing myself. I'm recording you too, Joe. Do you have something to say? Do you have an apology to make?
Please
Through the
finish.
chair, Candy, do you have an apology to make?
Please finish.
No, no. The silence is deafening, deafening, and we all hear it. I will thank you when you make a formal apology to Councillor Nguyen, the LGBTQIA 2S spirit community, and think about what you've done.
I love when Joe gets short-circuited.
Speaking here. Oh. Hello, my name is Messiah, and I am a native-born resident of Worcester. I've been living here all my life, so that's 24 years. I want to say I firmly believe that justice, equity, safety belong in the hands of the community, the hands of the people. And that has to be enforced and protected by the people and those we choose to represent us. If we were to follow in congruence of the executive order that President Trump made, which has allowed articles on the White House to scrub HIV prevention methods, labor rights for LGBTQ workers, who would we be except disenfranchising our community? I think it'd be inhumane to follow these executive orders, and it'd also be passive to not take a stand. I think if we were to not take a stand in LGBTQ rights as not only as important but a priority, we would be allowing the disenfranchisement of people of color, disabled people, undocumented people, because all those people are a part of the LGBTQ community. We cannot have one without the other. And I just think this is something important for I think if you say that you care about people in your community, in your neighbor, that includes everybody. People should not be able to disappear in the eye of the public, in the eye of my city. Thank you.
Did you catch your name there, Brian?
My name is
No, I
Roxanne
didn't. Started with
Bruno,
an
and
M.
I'm a resident of Worcester
Was it-
County.
was it Messiah?
And first of all,
I think that's
thank
what it
you
was,
for
yeah.
doing
Yeah.
all the hard work.
Messiah used to
that you
work
take
for us
on.
down at
It's
the
really
ice cream
a
shop.
lot.
Oh,
I
nice.
appreciate
I thought I recognized him.
how hard that is. I am here to speak in favor of agenda
Yeah,
item
Messiah
7I,
is fucking
and
awesome.
there are so many things I want to say, but
Last I saw
to
them, they were
say it
working down at the
quickly,
Abbey.
what is happening with our current
The
presidential
second most famous
administration is
socialist ice cream shop in Worcester history.
It's very alarming, et
Or
cetera,
anarchist,
et
I guess.
cetera, et
Still
cetera.
applies to
And
both.
But the only one that ever had a
we are
half
the
pipe in the store.
leaders of
That's
the
true.
second
That is true.
largest city in New England, and people look to Worcester for leadership, just like they look to Boston. So I am asking you to use your power as leaders to protect all of the people who live in Worcester
to push back against what this administration is trying to do, which we have seen before in World War II Germany, where people were marginalized, separated, demonized, villainized, and we cannot allow that to happen again. And just to remind some of the people here, there was, Pastor Neumüller, who said the famous, "They came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I'm not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I'm not a trade unionist.
You hear that, Candy?
And then they came for the Jews. I did not speak out because I'm not a Jew. And then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out." This level of division and marginalization is very frightening, and at least some of the people in power here are similar to me. We are older people. We'll be next. People will decide what care we can have and whether we are young enough to have certain medical procedures or access to care. So I'm just asking you as leaders, please protect all of the people who live in Worcester. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Matt Brooks. I use he, him pronouns. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight before this body. I'm here tonight to speak in support of item 7I. This council should adopt the resolution contemplated by 7I and declare Worcester a sanctuary city for transgender and gender diverse people. City resources should not be used to comply with initiatives that are both hateful and contrary to the clearly stated public policy outlined in Massachusetts state law. I'm a proud Worcester resident and a father of a Worcester public schools student. I'm also a lawyer who spent the better part of the last 10 years representing individuals in our state and federal civil courts. Through my
Great
work,
job, Anna.
I regularly witness the trials that some of the most vulnerable members of our society, including transgender and gender diverse people, must endure in order to receive government services to which they are lawfully entitled. Whether it's in the courthouse or city hall, it is my experience that the most marginalized individuals, the people who are least like us, the white cisgendered majority, who are most likely to be mistreated by government entities. As the sobering statistics detailed in the 7I resolution, which describe how homelessness, suicide, disease, and death disproportionately make up the trans and gender nonconforming experience, trans and gender nonconforming people need our government and community support. By adopting this resolution, you can make it clear that Worcester is committed to providing this much-needed support in a way that conforms clearly with clearly articulated state law. Conversely, if you vote against this resolution, you're making it clear to the world that quite
Lady
simply, we
LaRage.
as a city are part of the problem. Please vote yes on 7I, and thank you.
Hello, my name is Kayla Dodd. I'm a Worcester resident, a trans woman. My family's been members of the Worcester community since like the mid-18th, 19th century. So with all the controversy around the country surrounding trans rights in various states, I know at least 4 trans people that have moved here from other states that are now Worcester residents. And all of them had left because they feared for their lives there. They feared for their ability to find housing or a job, and they didn't really have a sense of community. But I kind of wanted to share the most recent transplant that's moved here just a month ago. So my friends moved from Rhode Island. They could not afford their house anymore, so they moved from Rhode Island to Florida to be closer to family. My friend is a trans woman, and she moved down there with her husband, and her husband got a job working as a mechanic. Well, they didn't last very long down there before she was getting harassed in the street. She was getting death threats. People were following her down the street. And once her husband's coworkers had found out about his being married to a trans woman, they started harassing him at work and, demoted him from his job. And it got so bad that at one point In the middle of the night, they called me on the phone asking me for a couch to sleep on because they had driven up because they just couldn't take it anymore. So they drove up and were sleeping in their car in the freezing cold and needed a place to stay. And now I let them stay at my house for a couple weeks. And they now live in a little apartment in Worcester. And I say all that because Worcester was their sanctuary and their place to go to. And through my coming out and, my journey through accepting myself, Worcester has always been a sanctuary for me too. So I would like it to keep that. I would like to keep it that way, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hannah Weinstaff, Worcester resident, speaking in favor of 7I. I'm reading a statement from another educator that couldn't be here today, who is also a Worcester resident, and instead they are with their students,
Incredible
supporting
frames.
them at a
Worcester really does have a
basketball
tight
game.
eyeglass game.
I left my home state because it wasn't safe for transgender people there, and I found a home in Worcester, Mass. Here I feel safe and welcome and have
I got fitted
access
for
to
glasses
gender-affirming
yesterday.
care. I got my education here, and I now have a job giving back to the community that took me in. Healthcare is a human right, but gender-affirming healthcare is especially important for queer and trans people's physical safety and mental health. Members of the trans community are too often victims of hate crimes and violence. Worcester has the opportunity to be a sanctuary, reducing that violence and giving trans people a safe place to thrive. Thank you.
Kirsten Fraser, Worcester resident, an educator in our schools. My pronouns are they, them. I am also I am an educator of multilingual students at North High School. I am also the advisor for the GSA there. And I will tell you right now that my students are terrified. And not just the students in my GSA, but all of the other trans and gender nonconforming students in my school and in other schools. Because they see what's happening in this country, and they've paid attention to their history classes. They know that it was the queer and trans community that was attacked first in Nazi Germany. They know that we were the ones who were destroyed first, and all of the information and the research about trans care and gender-affirming care was destroyed, so that basically had to start again from the ground up. We need to pass 7I to prove to my students that we are indeed what we say we are, which is a place that does not allow hate. We cannot let my students twist in the wind thinking that Worcester is not a safe place for them to be, because this city has been welcoming to all for so long. We need to codify that. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ronan Palmer. I'm a resident of Worcester, and I'm asking you to pass 7I as well. We are standing on the precipice right now. The new administration has been shutting down any access to care for trans people. Recently, they've made it they've restricted federal funding to people who provide evidence-based care for anyone under 19. This is including adults, and this marks a rapid escalation in the rhetoric we are facing as a community. Right now, 7I has the chance to show that Massachusetts is not willing to comply with this administration in advance. We are not willing to comply at all. We have the power as a community to stand up for some of our most marginalized people. And so I support the branding of Worcester as a sanctuary city for queer people. But
Is
as
that
we
chowder?
take this
Is
action,
that a soup?
we also need to remember that it is not just words. The city council also needs to conduct an independent investigation of the transphobic remarks made against Counselor 2. So for weeks, we have seen this council use bureaucracy as a way to obstruct the most marginalized and most progressive factions in this city. And the retaliatory attacks made against 2 based on their remote attendance is yet another example of this. It is shameful and cowardly that we have seen the mayor and other councilors fall behind the city
Shall
clerkship
dare.
and the city manager in order to avoid making the important decisions that they signed up for when they took this job. Thank you for your time.
Hi there. My name is Ollie. I'm a resident of Worcester. I'm non-binary. I use they, them pronouns. I'm here tonight, as so many others, to express my support on item 7I. I want to take a couple minutes to talk to you, or rather less than 2 minutes. I want to talk to you about my 15-year-old cousin, who I'll call Ace. Ace is a high schooler, a prolific author, and a theater kid. He's also trans and Latinx and lives in a rural town in a red state. This past September, facing hostility in his community and at home, he came to stay with me and my partner. It just so happens he visited during Worcester Pride and the annual Love Your Labels Queer AF fashion show. By the end of the weekend, he was like a new kid, happy, confident, and all he could talk about was turning 18 and moving the fuck out of his parents' house and down to Worcester with me. Worcester, the queer haven, in his estimation. Following the president's executive order issued last Tuesday, Ace sent me the following text. Hi, Ollie. I don't know if you've heard the news, but gender-affirming care for youth is like banned before 19. So I would love another little queer getaway because, God, I'm so fucking tired. I mention this to you because I think it's important for everyone on this council to know that Ace, a trans teen stuck in a rural red state, is looking to Worcester as his queer getaway, if you can believe that. His vision of Worcester is a place where self-expression is celebrated, where people of all identities are respected, where children are safe to be who they are. I would really love it if we didn't disappoint him. Let me say that again. I would really love it if we didn't disappoint him. I would love to uphold this unrealistic vision he has of the city. I would love for item 7I to be passed with unanimous support tonight. And while we're at it, I'd fucking love it if the city council could please hire a third party to investigate the concerns raised by councilors Nguyen and Hajiai about the transphobia and discrimination by other city council members. This is a completely reasonable ask in any workplace, especially when the taxpayer dollars are funding the workplace. I would also like a public apology. And by the way, I think I also support 7J, pursuing using nursing dorms at St. Vincent Hospital for emergency homeless shelters. All these issues are related. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Caden. My pronouns are he, him, and I'm a resident of District 4. First, I want to thank the council for passing last week's resolutions in support of the queer and trans community. In a time when our rights and our very existence are increasingly under attack, these actions matter. Today, we're asking you to continue that action by voting in favor of agenda item 7I, declaring Worcester a sanctuary city for trans and gender diverse people. Over the past 2 weeks and this evening, we have heard powerful testimony from community members about the urgency of this moment. Trans and gender diverse folks are being targeted by harmful policies at the federal level unlike ever before. This is not hypothetical, this is real, and it's happening now. And it is imperative that Worcester's leaders stand up for us, not just in words, but in policy, in practice, and in unwavering commitment. Which is why I also have to ask, where is the investigation into the culture that has allowed transphobia to occur in the first place? Where is Councilor Nguyen's apology that was promised? To quote Councilor Bergman from last week's council meeting, words do matter. They shape how people perceive us, how safe we feel in our own city, and whether we believe that our elected officials truly represent us. And right now, many of us, queer, trans, immigrant, housing insecure, those residents do not feel represented. I am a proud resident of Worcester and a proud trans man. Those things should not have to be exclusive. You work for us, all of us, and we need you to do better, to not just pass resolutions, but to ensure that Worcester is a place where trans and gender diverse people are truly safe, protected, and valued. That starts with passing 7I tonight and includes issuing an immediate and public apology to Councilor Nguyen and an investigation into this council. Thank you.
My name is Zola, she, her. I'm a student and resident of Worcester. I'm speaking in support of agenda item 7I, 7J, 7K, 10A, 10B, 10G, 10H, 10K, and strongly against 10L. Last week, the largest hospital in the city that I was born in decided to cut off gender-affirming care for people under 19. Since then, hospitals across the country have followed suit. I will tell you what I've been loudly and repeatedly telling these administrators. These decisions will kill children. If you vote against 7I and allow this kind of cowardice in your city, you who are elected to serve and protect the residents of Worcester, you will be killing our children, and we will hold you accountable. Now, we all know this council's feelings about the condemnation of the murder of children. It's a little too partisan for you guys, a little too controversial. Because would you rather get back to fixing potholes and ignoring the crimes of your rabid police department? Which brings me to the next issue I'm here to speak on. 10L is a blatant and disgusting attempt to dox, intimidate, and further brutalize survivors of sexual violence at the hands of your officers. Trans people are twice as likely to be unemployed, we're paid less, discriminated against on the job, discriminated against when applying for housing, and just about everywhere in between. These factors, combined with the skyrocketing cost of living and rent in this city, force transsexuals out onto the street where we face violence at the hands of every predator in Worcester, including your police. The fact that, when you are presented with a solution to this issue, to create a women's shelter run by Project Priceless, who is more than equipped for the task, you opted to do nothing and continue to let homeless folks suffer and die on your streets is disgraceful. The passing of 7I is meaningless without the refusal to pass 10L. Protect trans women, protect survivors, protect trans people. Free Palestine, fuck you.
Yes. Yes.
My name is Casey, she, her, Worcester resident, and formerly an Oklahoma resident, so I know what it's like for people to struggle to get any gender-affirming care and to be in a place where religion is used to harm the most vulnerable, which I have seen working at a homeless shelter there in Oklahoma City, where many of our clients were trans youth who have been kicked out of their homes, who were on the street because their parents, you know, and in general, Oklahoma was very transphobic. So I moved here to Massachusetts because I, hoping it would be an accepting place. And so I'm here for, my trans friends and all the kids I saw, who were literally struggling to survive. So I support Resolution 7I. And I think that would be a small step. Show the rest of the country, show the places I have seen where it's so unsafe to be who you are, where my friends struggled to get the health care they needed and the support, and just, where there was this lack of love, this lack of understanding. It would be great, too, if this council could issue an apology. That I would be like the bare minimum there to do, I think, especially in this country where, again, transphobia is rampant, where people are on the street, where people are struggling, where youth are looking to government, to what is happening right now, and people are scared. So, again, this would be the bare minimum you could do. Thank you.
Good evening. I'd like to read off some statistics to the council and to the audience. Did you know that trans people are 4 times more likely to be a victim of a violent crime? Did you know that trans women are 10 times more likely to be sexually assaulted when they're in prison? Did you know that in 1994, the Supreme Court unanimously decided in Farmer versus Brennan that prisons are responsible for maintaining adequate conditions in their prisons, or else it qualifies as cruel and unusual punishment. Let me repeat myself. The Trump administration is putting trans women into positions that the Supreme Court has declared as cruel and unusual punishment. But I'm not done. Did you know that trans women's wages are as low as 60% of what a non-trans person makes? Did you know that 60% of trans people who are in school will be bullied, and that when they are bullied, they are 3 times more likely to commit suicide? This administration's policy on trans identification and stuff is effectively trapping them inside of this country where, I must remind you, they are 4 times more likely to be a victim of a violent crime. And despite all of the studies, all of the medical research, all of the studies and medical research that has proven that trans identities are valid and that gender-affirming care is good, organizations that include but are not limited to the World Health Organization, the American Psychological Association, the American Association of Child and Adolescent Psychology, the American Association of Family Physicians, and the Endocrine Society, and the countless studies that say that trans inclusionary bathrooms are not a threat, and they are not, and in fact, trans exclusionary policies are hurtful for the trans people that are in them. Once you take all of this into consideration, why are we even talking about this? Why is this even a thing that we have to debate? Sexual assault and bullying and violence is wrong. 7I should have been the default. This is ridiculous. Now, stand in the face of this administration that is trapping people in a country where they're being held to cruel and unusual punishment, or get out of office. Thank you.
The names of your residents?
My name is Reverend Bray Adams. I am a resident of Worcester. I use she and hers pronouns, and I am the pastor of the Open and Affirming Church, United Congregational Church. And I am here today as a pastor, but I'm also here as a mother. I am here as a mother of a young person who, when his father had to explain why we were supporting his gender transition, he explained to his father, well, we'd rather have a living son than a dead daughter. And that was basically it. He was 14, and we had come to that choice. I had to take the phone calls in 2016 from that living son who was trapped in a bathroom in a truck stop when he was making his way home from a visit with friends, when he called and said, Mom, I'm trapped and they won't let me out because they're banging on the door and they know that I'm not a real boy and they're going to come in and get me, and I think today is the day that I'm going to die. Mommy, will you stay on the phone with me, please? Because I don't want to die alone. These are the stakes. And I've been thinking for the last couple of weeks about this boy that I love. And I've been thinking, how can I keep this boy alive? How can I keep this son of mine living? And all I can come up with is, well, I still live in Massachusetts. And so maybe, just maybe, the only thing I can do, if it comes down to it, maybe I can hide him somewhere here in Worcester where I know he'll be safe. Maybe there's a place in the basement of my church, maybe, where I can bring him sanctuary. My son is afraid to die. And all I'm asking you to do is pass a resolution that says we care. What are you afraid of?
Tom Marino, City of Worcester. Much credit to the petitioners and those here to support 7I, whatever it is. I'm talking on 8.39B. I was quite surprised to see Natalia Cosenza's name on the agenda tonight. The thing that nobody in the city nobody in city government wants to talk about. If you don't know, Mr. Cosenza was convicted of armed robbery and home invasion, served 16 years in jail until his conviction was vacated.
Not where you sit.
Based on an error of the judge in the original case, in the criminal case. He then filed suit against the city and the 2 detectives that investigated him. The city was removed as a defendant from the case. qualified immunity was stripped from the two officers because it was the accusation was a core civil rights violation. And the jury found that those two individuals manipulated and fabricated evidence in his case. I want to say that again. Manipulated and fabricated evidence in his case and awarded him $8 million. Problem is, they don't have $8 million. And so here we are 9 years after he's been released, almost 3 years after his civil case was decided, and many of you guys are going to talk about it, which is good, I guess. So with all that said, the city obviously moved immediately to fire these two officers, right? Who, again, fabricated evidence in a case that sent a man to prison for 16 years. Fire right away, right? No. One retired last year, so he's going to collect a pension for the rest of his life that should be reserved for good cops. And the other one still working. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Why do we coddle people in the police department here who conduct arguably or allegedly, let's say, criminal behavior? And that's just okay. We had a report in November, which I appreciate the complaint line, don't get me wrong, but that's been the grand move to take action here. This council, now like 3 days short of a month ago, passed an order, unanimously of course, that said that there would be public meetings about this. No announcement, no dates that I've heard. And you say, well, it's only been a month. I agree, government moves slowly. It hasn't been a month.
Could you wrap up the comments, please?
In 2014, a whole stream of people came in here begging you, saying you have a problem in your police department. 10 years ago, you have a problem with your police department, you need to address it. What happened? You promised public meetings, and they never happened. So I don't know, how much longer are we going to kick the can on this until we do something? Because there's a problem.
Thank you. Can you wrap up, please?
My name is Helen O'Hara.
Helen.
I'm a District 4 resident. I'm here to talk about 7I. I've been coming to these things semi-regularly now, and the same thing keeps happening. You get a bunch of great speakers.
Also great
and
classes.
then you don't vote on anything. So I really hope that changes tonight. Amazing speakers. Please listen. There's a lot of great trans voices that are speaking. Please listen. I work with the youth, and I'm gravely concerned. The bullying is starting. I work in a school library. Kids are hiding LGBTQIA books. Kids are getting bullied for using they, them pronouns. It's going on, it's happening. So if you aren't as concerned for kids as we are, there's something wrong with that. Why do you need education on this? You're the leaders. Why do you need to go to workshops on this? You were elected. You're supposed to be knowledgeable on these things. Like all of us, we take the time and we get to know people in our community, in our queer community. Just come to some events. I don't know what. Just come to things. Please make this a sanctuary city. In 2016, didn't we all come here in 2016 and make this a sanctuary city for immigrants? Like without question? It's not that hard. Okay, thank you.
Good night. I wasn't going to speak today, but I was encouraged by a friend to tell my truth. When Ron DeSantis was running in Florida, I Googled every city in this country, and Worcester came up as one of the most accepting cities for transgender people. I packed up my stuff. I spent $3,000 to ship my stuff here and to get an Airbnb for a month. I was promised a job in Worcester. I showed up at the interview. I was referred to as she, her on my calls on the phone. And when I showed up, I was told I was going to get called back. And it's been 4 weeks and they did not call me back. I went to 11 interviews at the Worcester airport, at country clubs. I've gone to restaurants. I've gone all over the city. I have a list here if you guys want to see. Not one call back. I was told that this was a city where I could be myself. Ron DeSantis had run me out of Florida, and I took myself and I took my education. I have a bachelor's. I took my pride, I took my joy, and thought that Worcester was going to be the city where I could have been myself. What is happening? Nobody's hiring me. I have nowhere to go now. I have 2 weeks left in my Airbnb and nothing. So if Worcester is not the city for us, we need to make it be the city for us, because look at all these people. Clearly this city is for us.
Just let it finish. Just let them finish.
I know there's going to be a turnaround because everybody here has the strongest heart I've ever seen. So just please come on our side. We're trying. Thank you.
Hi, Council. Noah. I am existing in Worcester. Worcester has been a refuge to me since I was 15. I came for a summer and learned about queerness and what it meant to be surrounded by people who not only accept it, but are part of the queer community. I was born and raised in Venezuela, a very Catholic, conservative, homophobic, and transphobic country. I counted the days as a 17-year-old to be able to leave and start college at WPI. As an international student, not only did I learn engineering, but learned about community. I found people who were there no matter what. I learned about transness and was allowed to explore it. I truly believe that if I had not immigrated, I would not be my true self. I would be living in fear and shame. As you hear my story in another person's voice, I want you to know that I'm staying anonymous for fear of revealing my identity. I'm going through the immigration process to stay in this country, and I worry that this will disqualify me. I know what a repressive government can and will do to reject any form of resistance. The possibility of Worcester becoming a sanctuary city brings me immense joy and peace. In these uncertain times, having a city that will protect my rights, regardless of who calls for it, is a relief. I hope the city council will consider our testimonies and realize that this is vital to keeping our community safe and protected.
Good evening, Maide, City of Worcester. Ensuring that all in our community are welcomed and safe should really be a no-brainer. We should not have to be here week after week ensuring that you all vote in the humane way. The time has come to put words into action. It is time to say it proud and say it loud. Worcester is a sanctuary city for transgender and gender diverse people. And then you need to take the action steps to make it so. Let me be clear, the actions of this council in the past years and its leaders have not been about verbal diarrhea. They have been intentional actions which have oppressed, affected, and degraded our neighbors. Stop being afraid to say, I was wrong, and I will do better. Do better. You are supposed to represent me and all members of this community. Do better.
Hello, Council. Hello. I
Just your
am
name
Azura.
Yep, go ahead, I'm sorry. Your name and city of residence?
Yes, I was going to get to that.
Okay.
I'm Azura, a Worcester resident who's attended WPI for 2.5 years. And I'm speaking in favor of Petition 7I to make Worcester a sanctuary city for gender diverse people. I'm humbled to stand before you today, building on the thoughtful contributions of those who have spoken before me. I cannot emphasize more than those brave speakers the paralyzing dread that has overtaken us, and so I would like to add to the conversation, and I would like to share something unique about myself that may add to the conversation. Beside being non-binary, I'm a German citizen, and I would like to share a poem from my home country. We've heard this poem already today. This is a bit awkward. First, they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. And then they came for me, and nobody was left to speak for me. By Martin Niemöller. My country has a very famous history, to put it mildly. And while the details don't align, the international community and I share this consensus. The first dominoes have already fallen. And without consequential intervention, we cannot expect any different outcome. I know that none of you in the City Council are currently being targeted by this administration, but history tells us that this will change. We need to act as a community and stand up for one another, and right now, those who require our help are migrant and gender diverse communities. If you do not want to repeat history, recognize it, learn from it, and do something different. Let's write another poem together. First, they came for the genderqueer. Thank you.
I think that poem's on the Holocaust Memorial in Boston. So anyone who cares about the Jewish community should probably care about that poem too. David Webb, City of Worcester. In 2019, the Worcester Police Department investigated itself and determined that officers who framed a guy had performed their duties as required and expected. The Worcester Police Department has fired the people responsible, and Natalie Consenza still owed $8 million plus lawyer fees and interest from the taxpayers. So regarding 8.39B, I don't know why our police department would ever operate with integrity if it can just kick the $8 million fine directly to the taxpayers and give the problematic people high-paying desk jobs. With pensions, apparently. I'm strongly for 7K against 8.1C. The first time I volunteered with the Worcester Anti-Foreclosure Team, I had the displeasure of meeting Angel Santana. He ignored a no trespassing order, then threatened to have the Worcester police arrest lawful protesters, lied about a court motion being denied, and we told him he was there illegally. He told us to go testify that in court. Despite his term expiring at the end of the last year, despite the post-commission not certifying any constables, he served a notice last week threatening to physically remove a disabled elderly lady from her home tomorrow morning. This is an unlawful threat directly authorized by our city manager. Manager Batista, Saturday night you claimed to be proud of Worcester for running a marshal out of town and condemned the concept of people being taken from their homes, forced to make something out of nothing. But tonight you appoint someone who does just that. Angel Santana is the one who got me to bring all these issues of modern-day colonization to your attention in the first place, and now you're reappointing him. Eric Batista, this demonstrates your values and priorities. Shame on you and shame on anyone else who lets this happen. I'm in support of 8.12, requiring sprinklers in buildings with 4 or more residential units. 8.15A, I'm realizing that while the city clerk might sometimes seem xenophobic, racist, or transphobic, it actually is the chair pulling his strings. It looks like this body still doesn't actually get a definition of personalities, but it's important to note this inquiry started when Gordon Davis petitioned to review the city solicitor's denial of constitutional rights, furthered by his request for the city solicitor to receive education regarding the Worcester Charter and mine, asking for the chair of this meeting to enunciate rather than mumble. What Rule 11 seems to actually mean, especially when cited alongside Rule 14, is that the mayor can make up the rules as he goes. That being said, Mayor Petty, Saturday evening, in honor of Black History Month, you spoke of how you represent everyone.
Can you wrap up your comments, please?
That your job is to protect everyone in the city, and further claimed that nonsense in Washington doesn't happen in Worcester, Massachusetts.
Can you wrap up, please?
I hope you stand by your words that tonight, as mayor of the city, support 7I and the community that showed up asking for your humanity and compassion. When I say
Thank
that
you.
we're the second largest city in New England and we should start acting like it, this is what I'm talking about. We need to set an
Can you wrap
example
up your
of what a
comments?
good
Being
society
so
does,
much more
because
aggressive
we want to be a good
against
society,
somebody
a
that's
good
making
society,
talk shit
right?
to you. It's just so funny.
Good evening. My name is Gary Hunter. I'm in District 5 in Worcester. And as I told you in another meeting, I'm a gay father and I'm an ally to all. I'm trying to understand some of the votes that have been taken lately. I stand here in favor of 7I. I would hope, Chairman, that you would not have the same situation we've had in the last more important votes that we've tried to take, where at least a couple of the city councilors, city manager, that come up with different motions, so you don't ever have to vote on the main resolution. People are afraid to take a vote on controversial issues. They don't want to take a stand, and I think the people here are noticing that. We need to pass this resolution with no questions. Put it on as a vote, yes or no. State your opinion. This should not be a hard vote. Make this city a sanctuary for everyone. This is a welcoming city, and I know you'll do the right thing. Please.
Thank you.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Evan. I'm a District 4 resident. I'm here as a queer resident of Worcester. And I'm also here as a member of the Unitarian Universalist Church of Worcester. Just this past weekend, I was helping teach a class partnered with the First Unitarian Church around comprehensive sexuality. Myself as a young person, as a UU growing up in Sharon, Mass., I took this course, a course that helped over many weeks talk about the broad ranges of sexuality, from gender identity, from biology, to understanding gender as a social construct. So I'm here today, just like many of my fellow residents, to share how Worcester really does operate as a sanctuary for so many. Myself and other members of my congregation, this is part of our culture. Part of our values is to stand up for the inherent worth and dignity of every person. This is why I volunteer my time to hold space with our young people. Just like you've heard from so many other residents, it's our young people that are leaning into this joy and sense of self and identity. And we might not fully understand it, but Worcester is a sanctuary city. And so we are looking for our counselors to affirm our trans and gender diverse community because so much of our city is already doing that. Thank you.
My name is Judy. I live in Worcester. I'm speaking on item 7I. As one who knows the terror of being targeted and erased only vicariously. I start by speaking aspirationally to the city government of my dreams, not because an imagined body can do anything, but because the city we want cannot be born until we begin to imagine its purpose, structure, functions, and processes. In my dreams, the purpose of city government is not primarily to grow its economic base, but primarily to ensure the well-being of its residents. Its functions include not only maintaining infrastructure and delivering essential services, but ensuring that infrastructure and critical systems, housing, energy, education, food, healthcare, etc., are supportive, safe, accessible, and affordable for all those who reside within the city's boundaries. In my dream city, those who govern focus not on the highest taxpayers, but on the most vulnerable residents. In this political moment, that means communities targeted by Trump's executive orders. The LGBTQ+ community, especially those who are trans and genderqueer, and also immigrants and refugees, especially those who are Black and brown, and individuals and organizations committed to DEI, an evidence-based historical record, and climate science. These comments don't scratch the surface of what it would be to dream the city we deserve. This divided and often cowardly council is not the governing body of my dreams, but it sits and shifts somewhere between my dream and political reality. I direct my testimony in support of 7I to that in-between space where compromise or evasion or even courage might win. Declaring Worcester a sanctuary city committed to the safety and rights of trans and genderqueer residents is a small but important first step in the direction of caring for all of us who make Worcester our home.
What's your name and city of residence?
I'm not sure what order to go in because we have a petition. As a petitioner,
We'll come
should
back
I
to
wait?
petitions in a second, unless you've got to leave. If you want to do it now, you're more than welcome to.
No, when does it come back?
Probably about, we're going to finish up testimony, because appears we're all done. We have a couple of people online.
Okay.
Then we're going to go into petitions.
Okay, all right. Let me just say on 7I,
Oh, you only
Grace
can speak
Ross,
once though
Worcester.
tonight, so
Well-
this is your time if you're going to speak now.
No, I have a petition to speak to.
Okay. Yeah, you want?
Mr. Mayor, we'll start with the virtual participation. First speaker is Ariel. I'm trying to meet the resident now. Can you please say your name and city of residence?
Yes, my name is Ariel Timar Alvarez de Amasifuen. I'm a District 4 resident of Worcester on Nipmuc territory, and I wanted to show my support for item 7I. Mr. Chairman, I've been attending meetings in person and remotely for a month now. I'm still learning how to properly engage in civic duty, but from what I understand, despite a vote being made on the items to make a public apology and to condemn the slur it, I have not heard news about that happening yet. I hope that in light of item 7I, that those public statements can be made to protect trans citizens in Worcester. Immigrant and transgender citizens are already feeling the effects of the new administration. Genderqueer federal workers that live here in Worcester have been ordered to remove their pronouns from their email signatures and are harassed by the OPM daily, pressuring them to quit. Trans women in prisons across the country are fighting for their rights to be treated humanely and with respect to their gender identity. They are a threat or are already being moved into men's prisons, where their level of risk of harm increases drastically. On federal government websites that reference the queer community, they are starting to replace LGBTQIA+ with LGB, a long-known reference to transphobic individuals that don't want trans people associated with the queer community. The message is clear, and while many of us don't have the power, energy, or means to engage on a federal level, I hope that the city of Worcester will stand against the rise of fascism and transphobia occurring in our country right now and declare Worcester a sanctuary city. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next resident is Alice. I'm trying to meet the resident now. Can you please state your name and city of residence and the item you're calling on?
Bill, we got a message for you, Bill.
Alice, can you hear us?
Weed-infused toothpicks? I'm over here sucking on nicotine. We have weed toothpicks now?
There's someone on the phone.
We need a new sponsor.
The last four digits, 383280. Can you please say your name, city of residence, and the item you're calling on?
Yeah, my name is Sage Menzer. I'm a Worcester resident from District 5. My item is 7I. I'm a queer resident. I'm a really proud sister and friend of trans and non-binary people. I'm calling to, like so many other people, to ask Worcester to act as a sanctuary city for transgender and gender non-conforming people. We are currently witnessing a really disgusting and direct attack on the rights of trans people at virtually every level of governance. Trump has erased the legal recognition of transgender people and intends to revoke their access to life-saving, gender-affirming care. But Worcester has the power to say that in our city, trans lives are valued, they're protected, and they are celebrated. I personally moved to Massachusetts in 2023 from a state that actively targets and discriminates against gay and trans people. Since moving to Worcester, I have felt a sense of safety and belonging that I was never allowed to have before. This resolution ensures that trans people can live without fear of discrimination, denial of medical care, or state-sanctioned violence. It means that our city will not cooperate with policies that harm trans people and that we will protect their access to healthcare, housing, education, and employment. I fear for my loved ones and for every trans and non-binary person in Worcester and beyond. I urge you to do better for trans and gender diverse people. Pass this resolution so that Worcester can remain the safe haven that it claims to be. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Natalie. I'm trying to meet the resident now. Please state your name and city of residence.
Hi, good evening. My name is Natalie Gibson of D5. I identify as a human being. I'm calling in support of 7I. Through the chair to the committee and the manager, you all told us that Worcester is a welcoming city, but it seems it's only accepting of the state and federal funds that seem to be used to help gentrify parts of it, which are drawing in the new cranks who can afford your high price tag. Why is the city council dragging their feet? Is it so that some of its members can see how many LGBTQIA+ and minorities are willing to come forward and speak up or beg for inclusion and common decency? Is this weekly display for your online bullies so that they can put a face to those they hate, judge, and ridicule? Is the end goal to chase out all the quote-unquote abnormal people? What happened to All Lives Matter? Or is it only straight white Christian lives that matter at this point? Going on to 8.12, I am in support of it, and now it's held. When an item is held at the beginning of the meeting, the public deserves to know why in real time. Incidentally, what could be the reason for holding it? I hope it isn't for some nefarious reasons, because the city claims time and time again to care about its residents, but we see time and time again that our safety is not your utmost concern. We are the second largest city in Mass and want so much to be like Boston, but we will never compare unless you vote for basic humanity instead of chronic insanity. Thank you to all of the speakers before me. I appreciate it. And one last thing I'll say, Mayor Petty, please do better when it comes to your rules, because you are not applying them across the board to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Anna. I'm trying to meet the resident now. Please state your name and city of residence and the item you're calling on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Anna Cooper. I'm a member of a large local faith community in Worcester. I'm calling to speak on agenda item 7I. The faith community I am part of is home to and in large part stewarded and nurtured by its queer and trans members. We're a community of chosen families of all sizes and configurations and growing by the day. We are healthcare workers, teachers, activists, artists, college students, parents, friends, and partners. Members of this community provide healthcare for trans and queer youth in Worcester. They stock the community Woo fridges. They run local library programming. Many of them are in the room with you tonight. They are the people who make Worcester a place one would want to live, a place where people try to care for one another and to keep each other safe. Trans and gender diverse people have been under attack long before the current administration took over, but the escalation of political violence towards trans people we are witnessing at a federal level is horrifying and calls us all to immediate action. You have an obligation to your trans constituents and to the broader Worcester community who stand with them to offer every level of protection, support, and non-compliance with the current administration at your disposal. Fascism thrives on obedience, but you do not have to comply with the clear genocidal intent of this administration towards trans people. Instead, you have an opportunity and a moral and political obligation to say that Worcester as a city will not abandon its trans and gender diverse residents. I'm asking the City Council, for the sake of everything and everyone at stake, to vote to approve agenda item 7I and to declare the city of Worcester a sanctuary city for transgender and gender diverse people. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Caroline. I'm trying to meet the resident now.
Hello, my name is Caroline Norton, and I've been a resident of Worcester for 5.5 years. My pronouns are she, her. I'm here today to speak in support of item 7I. I am a medical student at the University of Massachusetts Chan Medical School here in Worcester, and during my training, I have learned the unequivocal evidence supporting gender-affirming care for trans children, adolescents, and adults. In my medical training, I have learned that gender-affirming care can be the difference between life and death for trans patients. As I'm sure many of you know, we are taught in medicine to first do no harm. Erasure of trans lives and trans identities causes harm. Denying care to trans youth causes harm. Failing to protect trans people in the midst of unprecedented attacks against their humanity by our current federal administration causes harm. Preventing Worcester from becoming a sanctuary city when we have the opportunity to make it one would cause harm. So I hope this council chooses to do no harm. Making Worcester a sanctuary city for the trans community will save lives. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Bill. I'm trying to meet the resident now. Please
So
state
we
your
have
name
what?
and city of residence.
4 more people, so.
Yep.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Bill Kadish. My pronouns are he, him. I'm a Worcester resident, District 1 for 15 years and a retired physician for just 2 years. I'm here speaking to item 7I, and perhaps to put it in a somewhat, a context that it has not been focused on so far. I happen to be speaking remotely from the base of Mount Washington in our neighboring state of New Hampshire.
Whoa.
So
This comment
Washington
climbed
puts
Mount
me in
Washington.
the mind of the Declaration of Independence upon which our country was founded, where the 3 enumerated unalienable rights are life, liberty, and the pursuit of
It's
happiness.
just I'm not really cool with the R
Today,
slur.
all 3
Oh,
of
please
these
keep it out of the chat.
foundational rights are being threatened for transgender and gender nonconforming Americans. And it's only been very recently that transgender individuals have been able to enjoy these rights at all. But Massachusetts is one of the states that guarantees
No worries.
these rights and also protects the healthcare workers who provide the healthcare that they need. And as the heart of the Commonwealth, Worcester has always been a leader of our state. I've been fortunate enough to know and love transgender men and women as a friend, a family member, and an ally. My home has been and will be a welcoming place, a refuge, and a home for transgender people. So I ask each of you tonight, members of the City Council, to vote in favor of motion 7I, declaring Worcester to be what in most respects it already is, a sanctuary city for our fellow Americans who are transgender and gender diverse, and for our fellow Americans who provide their health care. We are the heart of the Commonwealth, and we should continue to be a shining light of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Be loud, be proud, vote yes on item 7I. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Amelia. I'm trying to meet the resident now. Please state your name, city of residence, and the item you're calling on.
Hi, my name is Amelia, and I am a resident here in Worcester, District 3. And as a mental health therapist serving this community, I work closely with transgender and gender diverse individuals, and I see firsthand the severe mental health consequences of discrimination, exclusion, and fear. And when people are denied acceptance and safety in their own community, Rates of anxiety, depression, and suicidal ideation rise dramatically. Many transgender individuals experience chronic stress due to social rejection, housing and employment discrimination, and barriers to health care. And without affirming policies in place, we risk allowing these harms to continue, endangering the well-being of our neighbors, friends, and family members. I strongly support Agenda Item 7I because Worcester must be a place where every person has the right to live freely, safely, and with dignity. And declaring our city as a sanctuary for transgender and gender diverse individuals, it is not symbolic, it is a commitment to protecting lives and ensuring that all residents have the opportunity to thrive. I urge you to support this because it is critical for mental health, safety, and the humanity of our community. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Micah. Try and meet the resident now. Please state your name and city of residence. Mayor, not hearing from Micah. I think there's a microphone issue. Last speaker is Ally. Can you please state your name and city of residence?
Hi, my name is Ally Thresher. I use they, them pronouns, and I'm speaking to you as a resident of Worcester from District 1. I'm urging you to support Agenda Item 7I, adopting the resolution to declare Worcester as a sanctuary city for trans and gender diverse people. Now more than ever, LGBTQIA2S+ people are seeing our rights under attack at the federal level, and it is important that Worcester's leadership act accordingly to show their commitment to protecting these rights and ensuring the safety of our most vulnerable, especially our queer youth. As a member of the queer community, as a parent, a taxpayer, an artist, and an educator, I have seen firsthand the damage that harmful legislation can do to the psyche of young people, as well as the structure of the family unit as a whole. I've been involved with helping families relocate from southern states to New England for the safety of their children, and now those families and their rights are under threat once again. Please offer these families, as well as all of our local citizens and families and community support to live their lives with the same freedoms that are supposed to be guaranteed to everyone in America. And please ensure that every child in Worcester is free and safe to be who they are. Thank you.
Okay. Are you speaking on this, or?
Yeah, can I speak?
Okay, you'll be the last speaker. Go ahead.
Hi.
What's your name, city of residence?
Yep, Liz Brederson, City of Worcester. I just wanted to thank everyone for coming up and speaking on 7I. I think it's extremely important for our city to, one, listen to everyone, respect everyone, and make sure everyone is included. Also, something that I saw that has popped back up, that has been tabled. I was hoping you guys would strongly reject, 10L. I think it's a safety concern for women and victims. I think it's something that hopefully Worcester is looking into, as far as how we can change and better practices in the future. But as far as
Just want to say, Molly, I hope that
these
some
women with
parts
the
of
dates and
Demolition Man
times, it will
happen.
become public knowledge, and they can further be victimized.
The
So,
Taco Bell part.
I believe that that's something that should
Please let them finish.
not be. I think you guys should reject that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So is up the testimony. We'll go to the petitions. If you don't mind, maybe we'll do, okay, let's go to, back to the agenda. We'll come up through this petition, 7A to 7B, refer to Public Works. All those in favor, opposed, so awarded. 7C to 7H, refer to Traffic and Parking. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. And 7H, here we go. Then we have 7I, Ally Sislo, on behalf of the queer residents of Worcester and the residents' allies, request to adopt of the attached resolution declaring the city of Worcester sanctuary city for transgender and gender diverse people. What's your name and city of residence?
Eric, your Taco Bell take is
Over the past few
troubling
weeks, you
to
have
me.
heard dozens of personal stories from the local LGBTQ community and our loved ones. People have summoned enormous bravery to be vulnerable on a public live stream and tell you about the beauty of their identities and the pain and violence that they are met with for the simple desire to attend school, live in a home, receive health care, and walk down the street as their authentic self. They have put themselves in front of this room and the entire internet to make visible the richness of queer and trans life in this city, one that flourishes in the face of daily disrespect and assault. At this moment, with anti-trans executive orders coming down in a hail of bigotry and major corporate hospital systems in blue states pausing their gender-affirming care programs without a hint of a fight, a sanctuary city resolution is a line in the sand. It is a notched arrow. It is a braced shield. What it says is, we are ready. As a city, as a regional leader, we will not allow our time, resources, or people power to be leveraged against our own residents for ideological or political expediency. What it asks of you is that if and when the time comes, you do not acquiesce, that you do not go easy. The abandonment of marginalized people by the federal government is terrifying, but we don't have to invent or hypothesize the specter of queer genocide in this country. One already took place. According to the CDC, between 1981 and 1990, nearly 101,000 people in the US died from AIDS, and the majority of the dead were members of the LGBTQ community. Queer Worcester residents have been filling these chambers for weeks, and yet there are so many ghosts that should have been living elders here with us, those who were denied the chance at treatment and life by the intentional neglect and rampant stigmatization of the virus and queer people under the Reagan and Bush administrations. Within living memory, queer people were brutalized and left for dead by a political climate that treated us like a subhuman threat. The community response that eventually became AIDS Project Worcester arose from local people caring for each other. But the national crusade against trans people didn't begin with a virus. It's a systemic political agenda being carried out in state houses and city halls across the country. We have a chance to rise now before we lose more people who should one day be our elders. This isn't a culture war. It is a warning, loud and echoing. And to everyone who would roll their eyes at this, who would call this hysterical or an overreaction, does your home have an alarm system? Smoke and carbon monoxide detectors? Are you paranoid for putting preventative measures in place to protect you from harm in your home? A sanctuary city resolution is a measure that we hope the city never needs to act on, in the same way one hopes never to hear the shrill of an alarm pulling you from your slumber. But there is a real and present danger to trans life brewing in the federal and in many state governments. And now is the time for Worcester to say that trans lives are precious, for us to look at a gathering storm and say that in our shelter, it's all of us or none.
If you don't mind, before we go with the debate on this issue, Grace Ross, do you want to do your petition now? That way you don't have, it's up to you. You can wait if you like.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have, what would okay. There were two of us who filed this petition, and we weren't clear whether that means each of us gets 3 minutes or not. Okay. This is very similar to the petition that we filed in August and that was addressed, I believe, at the August 24th, 2024 council hearing. And it is in response to the fact that this body basically said, let's give this to the city manager and, see what can be implemented. And I'm here because it appears that we need your help again. In the meeting that I had with the city manager that you all asked us to have with Chief Saucier, who I want to say, I mean, initially when he came on, he was, if anything, clearer about enforcing our rights to protection from a criminal eviction. I don't know what's happened, but in our meeting, it was quite clear that part of what's going on, he said, for instance, that it's the court that writes the 48-hour notices. This is just factually not true. We've sent you examples from several different constables. You can see that they're all written differently. So I think even the police position that has basically gone 180 degrees the other direction may well be based on misinformation. So we added to our petition this time a request that an order come that the police have training so that they know what laws they're ignoring. I've also included to you the list of criminal statutes. We got told we were going to be safe giving police reports and then admonished not to go on a civil matter. Really? We know that. We've gone down with criminal statutes with the wording, and it used to be that the police that met with us would take the time to look at criminal statutes with us. These are not statutes they're used to having to enforce because this is an area of law that is in fact supposed to be civil, that is supposed to be legal, that's not supposed to cross the line. But we have plenty of areas in our lives where something is civil, like making love with your partner, until there's a rape drug thrown into the mix and it quickly becomes criminal. The same is true with an eviction. There are extensive laws that lay out what is necessary because they were passed to stop that people used to get into physical fights. There used to be mayhem because there was no civil process for eviction. So one was created, and it's been very carefully refined over time to keep it on the side of civil. But when they cross the line, there has to be criminal enforcement. Where we are now, I'm shocked that Santana was given a renewed license when we've had complaints against him. But it appears, because we haven't been getting police reports, that those complaints have somehow disappeared into the woodwork. We need to get told. We'll let you know if it's one of these folks who, under the city's own letter, says they don't have police powers. Great. So why are they acting like police and sending people letters saying they're going to physically put their hands on you? Take your belongings. If somebody who's not a police officer or who doesn't have police powers sends me a letter like that, that is criminal assault. And if somebody comes to my house and says, I'm going to take all your stuff and I have no police powers to do so, that's called theft.
Can you wrap
So
up, please?
I've handed all of you an extensive list of the criminal statutes that we need enforced, and we need the police to have the training to understand why, apparently, they need to actually protect what is our third unalienable right, which is the right to property. You need to be able to be safe in your home, not worried that someone's going to show up with a badge and a gun, claim they have police powers when this city has actually told them they don't. And one last thing. The chief had said last August they couldn't tell who had gotten the Police Reform Act use of force training and had certification or who didn't. I've sent all of you the website. It literally takes a minute and a half to look up whether somebody has their certification. And if the police are in fact meeting with constables prior to evictions, surely they have enough time to look up, if they're from out of city, whether they have training to keep us safe or not. Please keep us safe.
Thank you.
And in terms of 7I, may I just say, as somebody who came out before marriage equality, before people were public about being gay or lesbian, someone tried to kill me. This is a real issue for people. Thank you.
Council King, followed by Council Coriel. We are on, we're going back, I believe, to 7I.
7I?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lots of voices tonight, Mr. Chairman. Lots of voices. Voices of mothers, voices of children, voices of community, social worker, doctors, nurse practitioners, public school teachers, folks who are from the trans and non-gender conforming community, Mr. Chairman. Allies, powerful, powerful voices, and I want to say thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your advocacy on behalf of yourselves and others. We had folks from different religious churches, Mr. Chairman. This is an extremely important time. We know that people come to this country, to this state, to this city, seeking asylum. We heard some folks today talking about leaving the South and coming here to Worcester and trying to find employment and the like. This particular matter, Mr. Chairman, is important, and I can say I stand here.
Seriously,
I stand here
and
as
she's been fucked on it at every corner. I mean, she's been doing this since Mike O'Brien showed up.
And brother-in-law to my brother and his husband, a proud brother-in-law to my sister-in-laws and their 2 children, Mr. Chairman. Stand here as a proud brother to my other older brother, who's a retired U.S. Army major, who fought for the rights of these people that are here today, Mr. Chairman. And it's that very foundation that brings me to a very simple vote, a very, very simple vote. And while I may not understand fully, I am a social worker here in the city for close to 30 years, a master's level clinician. I know that our Division of Public Health has reported that folks identified as gay, lesbian, or bi report 3 times more likely to be sad or homeless. We've heard about the suicide attempts. I know personally from working with youth in and around this city of many, many attempts when there's a lack of safety from their family, from their community, and from others that leads them to places of unsafety, Mr. Chairman. And in that spirit, it is very, very easy to me to not turn my back on this community. It's very easy for me to stand in declaration that the city of Worcester is a sanctuary city for transgender and gender diverse people, period, full stop. It's very, very simple. You know, it's Black History Month, Mr. Chairman. It is Black History Month, Mr. Chairman.
Happy Black History Month, everybody.
And I know what it's like to feel targeted by executive order. My being. We've heard tonight about these folks being targeted by executive order. It's survival time for us. It is survival time for us. This is my opportunity to say, not on my watch, not on my watch, not in my time. And I hope that we as a body unanimously say the same. Mr. Chairman, Black History Month, we know that the civil rights movement, along with the Black Power movement, which was just as influential as the civil rights movement, was the very foundation for what has become to known as Pride, gay rights, and the movement before Stonewall. It's what it was based on. The Black civil rights movement has done so much, and I must say that during this month and this time. I don't like bullies. I don't like bullies by any stretch of the imagination. I become angry on this floor when we have not followed rules fairly for different groups, for different folks on the council. It's a very, 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 very sensitive matter for me. And I'll say this. Sometimes we are supposed to be angry. If we're not, something's wrong. This is the time to be angry. This is a time to stand up, Mr. Chairman. And I was proud back in 2019 or 2020 or so, leading this body in a resolution in opposition to conversion therapy, Mr. Chairman. We have done that. That's why some of these people have come here, with your leadership, with our leadership. But things are changing, Mr. Chairman. Things are certainly changing. We and I should absolutely be in alignment with reaffirming that gender-affirming care is secured by the Constitution and laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Mr. Chairman. That's what we need to do. Further, we should be in alignment, Mr. Chairman, with the fact that we will not be engaging or providing any information relative to the mental health, relative to the health statuses of these folks to anyone, that we will be a haven, a safe haven for this community, Mr. Chairman. Again, I will never fully understand, but as a dad, a social worker, and a human, I understand partly. I understand partly, for sure. Most importantly, I stand in support of this petition. It must be a unanimous vote. It must be. We don't want to send mixed messages here, Mr. Chairman. This is very simple. We are under attack by the federal government. And when you're talking about whether or not the federal matters impact what we do here, this is an exact example of that. Think about the other aspects of this. You're going to hear tonight folks concerned, what happens if we say we're a sanctuary? Is the president going to stop funding? This is a historical now moment where we have to step up. We have to step up for ourselves and for others, Mr. Chairman. And that's what I call upon us to do. And as I said on Saturday, it's very, very easy to be brave from afar. We're in the midst of it. We are in the midst of it, Mr. Chairman. Let us say unanimously, not on our watch, not on our time, this city remains a haven for this community and for all allies. Thank you.
Council Corio.
Thank you. Through the chair to the city solicitor. Could you speak on the legality of this item, including the loss of federal funding if we decide to go to be a sanctuary city?
Please, we've listened to you tonight. Please show the same courtesy to the councilor.
Through the chair to the councilor, the term sanctuary city comes from the Immigration Reform Act, and that's really related to immigration as a sanctuary city. There's been challenges over the years that in result or in reaction to the federal government's executive orders, and the cities and states have, succeeded in that, and the federal funding has not been frozen. But with the new administration, this has now come up again, and the word sanctuary is, could be at risk or put the city at risk. We are not sure what the result of that would be, but that term opens up liability.
So is it fair to say that we could possibly
How
lose
the fuck
federal
could you say
funding
that?
through the chair?
Through the chair.
Holy shit.
It would be
That's such fucking horse shit.
So it could be a possibility.
Could be a possibility. Will open the city up to action. Fuck that
So
shit.
what I think I'm going to do, through Mr. Mayor, is I think I'm going to hold this item so we can get a complete.
Drown him out.
Don't let her
Fucking
talk.
drown him
Get a
out.
complete
Yeah, don't let her
report
fucking
back and
talk.
Maybe have a review of the.
You know what? Make fun of her hair while you're at it.
Please.
We can have a review of some of the
I
executive
think
orders
her. I think her
and have a
actions and personality are enough. You can go all night on that.
Okay, so people still can speak on it if you want. I'm gonna go next.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Go ahead.
Mayor Petty, followed by Councilor Hadjiai of District 5. Mayor Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand you want to get a report, so I do, on the legality of this, but I'll be very clear, too. Some of the things I've been very proud of is representing everybody here in the city. I remember when I first became mayor, our human rights index was at 50-something%. And right now it's close to, I believe, 100%. Human rights index. And like you said, Mr. Chairman, about version therapy, being against that. I agree with that also. But the human rights index, I think, is an important milestone for this council. I've learned a lot by going to the safe homes and listening to the young people in safe homes. and very proud of the Safe Homes Award that I received. And what I really am, in the last 2 weeks, I've been in the community, and because what's going on at the federal level. And it's damn scary. It's damn scary. And just talking to people, how scared they are in this community. Please let me finish. And I think, I just lost my train of thought, but people should not live in fear in the United States of America in the city of Worcester. And I realize, listening to people tonight, how important this is to them. And it's terrifying what's going on in Washington. It's absolutely terrifying. And when you just talk to people on the streets, Worcester welcomes everybody in this community. I think that's one of our biggest strengths, is you welcome everybody in this community, give everybody a chance to succeed in this community, and when you're out in the community as much as I am in the last 2 weeks, watching how scared people are, really scared, and what's going on. And we can't predict the future. I don't know what the next play is in Washington, in the Trump administration, but I know it's to divide people, wedge people, make people scared. And, but that's not going to happen here in the city of Worcester. So I will support this, and because I think it's important for the community, and when the time comes. So thank you.
Atel Hajai, District 5 City Council.
No selling it. No selling his fucking ass.
No one claps for Joe.
Yeah.
Order in the gallery, please. Order in the gallery.
What
Thank
a
you.
fucking act of cowardice. That was crazy. Holy shit.
Wow, I lost my train of thought too, because I just witnessed one of my colleagues watch 50, probably over 50 testimonies from people, including a mother who spoke about her child calling them for fear of dying. And Council Colorio, through the chair, it's a shameful and low moment what you did.
Point of order.
So, let's show each other respect. Let's show each other respect here, please.
Let me pivot. You can censor me, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Council Colorio, go ahead, file a complaint. I don't care. But let me pivot to what's more important here tonight. I want to thank, with all my heart, with all my being and all my spirit, all the beautiful, persistent, courageous, trans, queer, gender diverse community members, all the physicians, all the faith-based leaders, for sharing your strength for us in such vulnerable, scary, terrifying times. And I want to particularly thank many District 5 residents who have reached out to me, even though they know that I am, of course, going to be at day and night. I apologize, I'm not feeling well, and I'm just struggling to find the words because I got distracted. But you know that you will have me at your call, no matter whether I am in elected office or not. So I want to say to the President of the United States, the men occupying the White House, not in our city, not now, not tomorrow, not ever, and to all the bigots in Worcester, not in our city, not now, not tomorrow, not ever.
Please let her finish.
As the petitioner said, and Ali, I apologize if I didn't get your name right, your expression right through the chair. In our shelter, it's all of us or none. I have a personal message to a 16-year-old River. They were 15 at the time that they testified at City Council during inclusionary zoning, a youth who transitioned and who is still experiencing homelessness. And I don't know if River is watching this or not. I check on them every once in a while. I know they're still living in a shelter. I want to say to River that River, I've got your back. I've got your back, and I will fight for you. And to Ace, who wonders if Worcester is still a safe city, Ace, I will also fight for you. And to you, Pastor Bree, I will fight for you and your child too. And to every member of the trans, queer, and gender diverse residents, I will always also fight for you. Voting for this resolution should be the bare minimum, should be. And a commitment via this resolution should also be followed by making this city council floor and city hall safe for the only non-binary council member, Councilor Nguyen.
Okay. Councilor Bergman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Had Councilor Clora not stood up before me, I would have asked the same question to the city solicitor and proceeded to have the same hold. So,
please.
No, so, Mr. Chairman, by now I'm used to the disrespect, so you could do what you wish. You could do what you wish.
Hey, we've been very respectful tonight. Let's close the evening out being respectful to one another, please.
So what's important to me to note, and Mr. Chairman, you started to do this, and I think you got pretty far with it. If I read these statistics correctly, the Municipal Equity Index for the last 10 years, Worcester scored 100 points. Worcester was listed the 26th best city in America, not just Massachusetts, for gay-friendly city in America. And Worcester was one of 4 cities recently to have been awarded the 100% mark. So I think Worcester has high percentages and high recognition in how people of all communities are welcomed here. So this kind of representation that somehow Worcester's not welcoming, I reject. I would also say that many people have spoken here, and they said Worcester's already a sanctuary city for the LGBTQ plus community, and that's good to hear. But the 50, maybe more people that spoke here tonight, their opinions count. So do the counts of the 200. So don't the opinions of 200,000 plus other people, many of whom rely on federal funding for the programs that trickle down to them. So it's an important question to ask. I look forward to the answer. And those of us on the council that are asking those questions, I think it's important for us to ask. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Councilor, please. Point of order, Councilor Russell, please. No, we're done. No, Councilor Russell, we're in the council debate now. Councilor Russell.
Mr. Chairman, you know, I'll say one thing, and I'm sure I'll get booed, so they can boo me in advance. But you know,
that would have been really funny if they booed.
we have to be a community where we can talk. We have to be a community where we can be heard, where all people can
I'd be so
heard.
down for free booing.
And, you know, if people that are yelling coward or yelling shame in the audience or anybody that was here in the last couple of months doing the same should get off their couches, get off their seats here, go put their name on the ballot, stand up in a room like this, ask the important questions, ask the questions that they think that they're doing the best interest of the city as a whole, and have the courage.
Says the
to
guy
stand
who
up
just
to a
took his
room
name
full
off
of
the
people
ballot.
and say that they don't agree with them on every issue, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, last week I got up at this same desk and I said basically what's in this resolution tonight, and I talked about President Trump and about my feeling and how I despise what he was
They
doing
just want
to
credit.
in this country, and
They don't
specifically
care
to
about doing the
identifying
thing.
people, his
They
resolution,
just want credit.
about agenda. And Mr. Chairman, have no different opinion tonight. This city has protected the interests of all citizens, including.
Is now the right time to
folks
remind everyone
of the
that the night before the election, Mo's son was on Twitter explaining to everybody how they had to vote for Trump because he was the only person that was going to do the right thing in Israel? For those that have only been paying attention to us and not national affairs, Trump and
like I
Netanyahu
did
decided
before it
that it
was
is
written the
time
week
to clear
before.
out all of Gaza
Thank you.
of all Palestinians, so you can officially use the term genocide now to refer to the United States.
It's held till next week, and we'll talk about it next week. So,
Mr. Chairman, do I have a minute left or no?
you are. Let me see. You have.
Yeah, we're
1 minute.
Thank you. Through the chair to the solicitor.
a fundamentally
To
different
the
country
administration,
than
please
we were 2 weeks
clarify your
ago.
response to Councilor Colorio, given the fact
guess
that my assertion of what was said
Fundamentally,
was,
in the
I'm not
way,
sure.
in the
Through
effects,
chair.
not in the
So
the
through
building
chair to the
blocks, because it's always been fucked
in the
up.
previous Trump
But
administration,
Joe,
this
I can
issue
respect that,
was
but I
a
would say that
big
from what you
regarding
can't do is deny it, right?
immigration
Because like now you're
sanctuary cities.
meeting
There's
like a
not been any
statutory, like
guidance
universally
or
recognized definition. So yeah,
Right,
I wasn't being
no
crass
one
with
can
that.
no one
It's not-
can mince words anymore. No one can parse it.
You can say anything you fucking want to. I mean, I call people fascists
Thank
all
you
the
for the
time.
clarification, Mr. Chairman. Given that clarification, I would, through the chair, ask my colleague to consider withdrawing the motion to hold and let us vote on this. As the solicitor just stated, there is no evidence or no history or pattern with respect to declaring a sanctuary city for transgender folks, LGBTQ plus folks, and therefore there should be no problem voting for this, Mr. Chairman. So I would request through the chair that my colleague reconsider and withdraw the motion to hold so we can vote on this item tonight.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilor Ojeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I'll just be brief. I agree with Councilor King. Mr. Mayor, you stood up and said one thing that really stuck with me, and you said we can't predict the future, right? And I agree with you. Therefore, we need to act now, right? We need to act now in order to make sure, as it says here, on behalf of queer residents of Worcester and allies. So I agree with Councilor King. I think now's the time to push this, take this vote today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so the item is held under privilege, and so for next week, and we have a motion for some reports. We'll take those. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We are going to go on now to 7J and K. We'll send those to the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We have appointments, is 8.1A through C. The motion is to place on file. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We have transmitting information communication relative to the draft Vision Zero Safety Action Plan, which was a good meeting last night, I heard, but Councilor Russell?
Mr. Chairman, I like you, attended a little longer of the meeting than you did. I know you had someplace else to go. I tried to stay a little while. I think this is overall a good plan. I think it's what the city council has asked for. Whether there are some fine points in there that we might want to have a discussion at. Mr. Chairman, I know there's some discussion about where this should go for a committee. I don't know if it's, I think the proper place for it to go would be to that joint committee of traffic and parking and public works, because it's a traffic design thing dealing with the issues that traffic and parking get. And it's also a build-out plan dealing with public works deals with. So we already have planned an item of a joint committee meeting. Maybe if Councilor Colorio, through the chair, Mr. Chairman, would agree, I think that's where this should go.
Okay.
And I would suggest that.
Okay. So we send that to the joint committee. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Next line, transmit information congregation of the sidewalk rehabilitation program for fiscal year 25 and fiscal year 26.
Mr. Chairman?
Councilor Russell?
Mr. Chairman, my question for you is, this is 25 and 26. I thought it was 4 years that was owed.
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, we are doing 4 years. It's about completing them through the budget process of this current fiscal year, and then also it will slip into the next fiscal year as well. It's about the funding. The funding to fund the 4 years of work is for FY25 and FY26.
Okay, what I'd like to do then is to hold the item and have a detailed report about when was the last time we picked these? And if we're on the right years, because I think we might have another year in between that is missing. I'm not sure, but I'd like to hold it for that. And I also would like to hold it and ask the clerk's office to be nice enough to go to through the petitions that were put forward for sidewalk reconstruction to make sure that all the streets, sidewalks that have been petitioned are in fact on this list. I hope that they all are, but they were very helpful in the past doing that. So maybe over this next week, his staff will have a chance to do that. And in that meantime, we can make sure we have all the years covered. Thank you.
So you're going to hold it then?
I would hold it with those two reports requested.
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair, my understanding is that this encompasses all of them. The DTM spend, and Steve's here, he could answer any questions if need be. But this covers all of the ones in the past 4 years. The last time that the council selected, my understanding was in 2021, if not 2022. And so we're going back all the way till then. If there's a possibility, I would love to come back with a report, but not hold it because we want to start putting these things out to bid to get them going so that we can have the proper season. Because otherwise, our city manager calendar is not till the end of the month, which then it puts us out in March. So I just want to be prudent in getting these out as soon as possible.
Well, so the normal procedure for this, Mr. Chairman, would be to send it to committee and to the district councilors and to the Public Works Committee. If as part of that,
correct,
we can ask the clerk's office to provide that to the committee and to the district councilors just to double check the list. I'm happy with letting that go.
Let it go to the committee?
Yeah, let it go to committee and to the district councilors. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, it's Keith. Okay, so send that to committee?
So, Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Clerk?
just to provide some clarification, we do have a few additional streets that needed to be added from DTM. We did work with DTM to provide clarifications to the body to get all the petitions the last 4 years. So the original list actually started in our office, correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner. Then they took those streets that they were petitioned, those sidewalks that were petitioned, and that's where they came with the cost. That's how they.
Did we lose sound or did they lose sound?
Yeah, I'm not hearing sound.
So through Mr. Chairman to the clerk. So Mr. Clerk, what you're saying then is that your office has already done the work that I'm requesting, and you have already.
I did notice
to see if
earlier
every
Beck posted on Instagram that her
for
soundboard was being
sidewalk,
funky, so it could be on their end.
Repair or replace done.
Through the chair to the council, yes, but we can do another, go through just to make sure before the committee meets. But I just wanted to add those amendments. There was, I think, 4 streets from DTM that were missed on there that were petitioned, so that should be added to.
When we did the streets, as you know, when we did the streets, there were
Yeah.
a lot that were missing. So I just wanted to double check.
So we did the same process for the sidewalks, similar to how
As
we
long
did
as
the
you did
streets.
it, that's all I'm
Yeah.
asking for. Thank you. The committee.
Thank you. Okay, so send to committee. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
I threw my tripod on the 4th floor.
Okay,
broke it.
8.12.
And I had to take a minute. So
Councilmember Carlson?
I'm going to go
I
home
had
now.
stepped out of the room, so just for me to
I
be
literally-
clear. that
Who'd you throw
at
it
this
at?
point, what we're
I threw it at the
choosing
wall.
Through,
I went full Kyle.
through you, Mr. Chairman, to the city
So,
manager, we had
I'm gonna
talked
go home.
about the 4
And I'll be on
years.
in a couple minutes.
So.
Cool.
am
All right,
I
we'll see you then.
correct in saying that
That was
that
some-
would be.
Oh, sorry.
What is the
What were you saying?
dollar amount?
So that was
just
something
for us
else,
to
huh?
be clear
That's pretty weird and
on
dumb
what
and
that
stupid
is.
and not
Yeah, to the
surprising.
chair, to the council, it is on the 4 years. The total of the 4-year cost of for the sidewalks is roughly 2.4 million.
He's a complete fucking robot.
So divided by 5,
Correct.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
right?
So it comes out, Commissioner.
It's weird
if you
how it
could
played
say
out
what it comes
exactly
out
the
per
way-
district,
The piece of
roughly
shit
per
competition.
district, the
The weekly
2.4.
piece of shit competition.
Commissioner?
So
All right, I'll be
through the
back. in a
chair
couple
to
minutes.
Commissioner
I'll see you.
Raleigh, am I correct when I say it's $480,000 for each district, or has that number changed?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. Because that's going to committee. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Next item we held. Next item is B, transmitting information communication over the June 24 fire at Washington Heights. Send out to public safety. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Law Department, transmitting information communication of the Rule 11 of the City Council, rule regarding propriety of items, send out to MO. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. I believe we're on finance items 8.35A, 8.36A through C, 8.37A through C. Motion to adopt in the roll call. Roll call.
Council Bregman. Council Calorio.
Yes.
Council Haji.
Yes.
Council King.
Yes.
Council Member Carlson. Council Nguyen. Council Ojeda.
Yes.
Council Basilio.
Yes.
Council Russell. Council Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay, next item is the place, we're on 8.39A, transmitting information communication relative to the presentation on the preliminary fiscal year 26 budget. Mr. McGurthy, I'd like to do a present. I think you left something on everybody's desk here, I believe. You gonna put this up, or are we gonna, no?
What's that?
You gonna put it on the screen?
Yeah.
Here come the slides.
So, Mr. Mayor, as indicated, this is a very preliminary beginning of the budget process. What we wanted to do is make City Councilor and the community aware of just the various factors that begin the budget process, which relates mainly to revenues, expenses that are known, anticipated ahead of time, and then the process we follow before submitting an actual budget to City Council, which occurs generally around May. So as the clerk has brought up, this first slide is a quick overview of the budget process. There are two elements to the budget process. The first occurs in the fall, the spring. This is the main budget process that we consider, where we look in anticipation of that at the various elements of revenues that might come into the city. That includes the property tax component, the state aid component, the various local revenues to see where they are. We work with the various departments to look at what their baseline requirements are in order to maintain the exact kind of current services and expenditures that they have, the personnel that they have. But then we also look at what their requests might be as part of that process. We look at our fixed cost being things like debt service, healthcare, and the like. Then we compile that. We bring that to the city manager for his review. The city manager then makes determinations around priorities and needs, and then we whittle down both the requests to the fixed costs to the available revenues to create a balanced budget. Each year we have an obligation to submit to City Council a balanced budget. The second part of the process illustrated here is the fall budget process. As you know, once the fiscal year is closed out, we bring to the City Council budget adjustments that are a result of any changes in the state aid as a result of the final state budget. What we bring before you in the spring is based on the governor's budget. The governor's budget is then reviewed by the House, by the Senate, the Conference Committee for a final budget. Those numbers aren't known until the new fiscal year is underway. We also bring free cash for allocation and any other funds for allocation. So that's a quick overview of the budget process we're about to begin. As we look at,
That was
next
a weird
slide.
graph.
As we look at where we are today, and again, this is preliminary.
Chamber,
There's
yes.
a lot of
Sorry, I
analysis
just
we
saw
need
that.
to do
Yes,
over the
of
next
course I
few
can.
months as we look at
George Seption, you
local
need to dox
receipts,
yourself
how
to
they
me.
might change, to see whether or not there seems to be an appetite at the state level for any additional funding that might be a result of House or
Everybody.
Senate requirements or recommendations. But we begin with, it looks like about a $945 million budget, which is a 6% increase over FY25. That increase is a result of state aid. We have a large increase in state aid as it relates to education, a small increase as it relates to local aid. This is probably the smallest local aid increase recommendation since 2017,
Wow.
other than the middle of
I gotta
COVID. There was
say.
1 year where local aid was held steady. Property tax increase of about 4.3%, which is composed
Here we
of
go, folks.
10.6
Come here,
million
bud.
of our annual 2.5% increase, plus an assumption right now of about $6.5 million in new growth and a level funded overlay. And then local receipts, we're assuming very minimal change, mainly due to some increase in interest income. A large part of the free cash that we had available to us this current year, FY25, was a result of interest income. However, that's being offset potentially in FY26 due to a reduction of grant charges and direct costs, since the ARPA funds will have all been committed at that point.
There he is, everybody.
As well
Say hi to
as
Roman.
student Medicaid billing. Next slide.
He's wilding right now.
Expenditure assumptions. And again, these are expenditure assumptions based solely on our known requirements. Known requirements being education costs. The education costs are set by the state government through DESE and the foundation formula. That's about $574 million, which is about 60.8% of the budget. Fixed costs, which are about $159 million, 17% of the budget. That includes such elements as debt service, retirement, pension obligation bonds, health insurance, the various stabilization funds, and the like. Next is the carry forward budget. The carry forward budget is based again on existing departmental activity and what that would look like moving forward 1 year. So for example, if there are certain step increases owed to employees, if there are various
You're getting very close.
Subscriptions that will increase, we incorporate that all into the base minimum carry forward budget. And then looking at what is available, it really leaves us at this point only about
Awesome.
0.2%
George Teff and I
of the
will
overall budget,
connect you both.
which is not a significant amount of money at hand. Again, these are preliminary. We're going to go through all these numbers as we go through the next few months. We're going to look at vacancies and how they might play into carry forward budgets along those lines. But for now, this is where we think we are to begin this process. Just to give a quick overview of revenue trends, over 10 years, the general fund budget has grown by about $304 million. That's a 51% increase. A significant amount of that is the increase in education funds that we see as a result of the Student Opportunity Act. The unused levy capacity has increased almost $20 million. General government aid, local aid, has increased about $12 million, about 34%. And then, as I mentioned, Chapter 70 funding, education funding, has increased $145 million. So that's a major component of the increase for 10 years. The next slide, just a quick overview of our fixed costs. Fixed costs over the last 10 years, the main driver of our increase in fixed cost is retirement and debt service. Health insurance has gone up some, about 37%. Stabilization funds, as a result of certain requirements related to kind of the debt reserves, have gone up. OPEB goes up according to the Financial Integrity Plan. And one positive is the pension obligation bonds. We anticipate the full payoff of those bonds by 2029. And so we're nearing the end, and those are going down as we approach that final point. Next slide. A key point is that schools is a larger and larger part of the municipal budget. Again, student opportunity funds, state aid takes up a major proportion.
Doug, are you ready for
the full
roast of
education
Worcester?
budget takes up a major portion of our budget. And since student opportunity funds have been growing, school funding has been growing, it is kind of increasing as an element of the citywide budget. In FY26, as mentioned before, I believe $574 million of the budget will be about education. That's about 60.8% of the budget total. It's an increase of 7.7% over FY25. Not all of that goes to the Worcester Public Schools. That goes to charter schools, kind of various costs that are assessed against the city related to education. The Worcester Public Schools general fund budget will be about $523 million, of which about $38.2 million is an increase over FY25. The next slide, if we could. This is a slide you've seen in various iterations, but again, it's us focusing on what does the future look like. We see the next 10 years as being critical years for the city. We've also added in the expected debt service obligations that will arise from Burncoat, the redevelopment of Burncoat Middle and Senior High School. But as we look ahead, these are the things we look to anticipate through increased reserves, careful spending, lower borrowing, and the like. Next slide. And so this gives you a snapshot of where we are. And again, this is preliminary. There's changes that will happen on the revenue side. There are changes that could happen on the expense side. But the bar on the left indicates the new revenues we expect at this point. The line across indicates where that hits the expenses we expect at this point. Green is the school budget. The blue, the light
How many
blue on the
counselors
right
can
is
follow
the
this?
carry forward budget, the elements that
3?
we would carry for various departmental needs.
4.
Next,
I
we
think
have
4.
debt service,
Yeah, potentially 4.
pension, the pay
Well,
analysis
one's not
that
here,
the city
so
manager
3.
initiated last
3
year as a
in
result
the
of
room
looking at the kind
tonight.
of scale of city
No, 4 in the room.
compensation and how we address that across the board from top to bottom. Then we have the COLA, and at this point, when we hit the COLA, we've gone beyond our available revenues. But again, this is preliminary. We're going to be working on all these numbers.
It better be polar.
And then new requests. Red represents new requests from departments, and as you can see, all of these new requests are above the line in terms of available
None of these are
revenue.
approved city
That
colors.
represents about 12 million in
I
new
have a
requests
copy of
from
the grant
various
guide.
departments. So the next steps, again, we go through over the next few months, we go through all of the expenses that we can solidly anticipate
I went
for
to
the
the
future year.
winter
We go through
festival
all of the revenues to
this
see
weekend.
how
Me and Jess
receipts are
brought
going
my nephew down
during
there.
this year. We
And
watch the
Smiley
state to
Ball
see
was
whether
there,
revenues change on
and
that
that
end.
costume's looking rough.
And then we present.
You know
these
you
to the
can
city
wash those,
manager.
right?
The city
That's
manager
what
reviews
I'm
with us,
saying.
then with the various departments to result in a budget that is submitted to the council, which should come the beginning of May.
The city actually has some decent
And based on
communications.
that
It just
schedule,
appears
we would
they didn't work with
anticipate
them on
that
this
the final approval date for the budget is
presentation.
June 20th, which would represent about 45 days after submission. So I'm happy to take any questions. This is earlier than we would normally start talking about the budget directly with City Council, but we wanted to make sure that you understood where we were as we began this process.
Everything is perfect. No. Councilor Russell?
Always.
Classic
Sorry to ruin your
Joe.
day, Mr. Chairman, but I've got a few questions. And the first question, well, first of all, I'd like to ask for a report. I'm sure you don't have this information off the top of your head, but I'd like to have a report as of today, this day, right now. How many vacant positions are there in city government? And a list of every one of those positions. An actual list of each one of the positions that have been funded in the previous budget, that there's not a person sitting in that chair or in that truck or doing whatever job that they were supposed to do. I'd like to know that as of today, on today.
I mean, you can look it up. The vacant jobs are
Mr. Chair,
listed.
Also, I'd like to ask a question.
It's fun
I
to
don't know if
apply to
Mr.
them.
McGurthy would have this
When
question.
you're not qualified for any of them.
This
Have you
answer,
checked out
but
worcesterma.gov,
on
sir?
fiscal year, or they all say fiscal year budget, but this pie chart, if you will, with the preliminary revenue, I notice you have property taxes, 44%, state aid, 50%, local receipts, 6%. But there's no pie there at all for federal funds being utilized by the city.
Because we're already not
Is
gonna
there-
fucking get any.
Should there be, or is it someplace else?
Through the chair, so federal funds come in as grant dollars. The-
I'm not, just to be clear, I'm not talking about money that we turn around and give to the nonprofits through the block grant program. I'm talking about money that the federal government gives city government that is utilized directly by city government.
So through the chair, on the municipal side, the city does not use federal funding for operations other than as an associated cost of administrating the various grant programs, so CDBG, home funds, ESG, and the like. Where federal funds play into the operating side but will not be in the budget is on the school side. So the operating budget addresses all of the kind of locally raised revenue, including state revenues. On the school side, they will have their general fund budget, which is what I mentioned, but then they will also have an additional component which would include Title I funds, it includes Head Start funds and the like. Those would play into their budget considerations in terms of their normal operations as opposed to granting out to other entities.
I just asked for that, a report, just to see what that number is, to remind us, just as we're having these conversations going forward about federal interaction with us, so we know.
Would a city hall zip line fall under the general fund?
Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My colleague asked the question I was going to ask. The only thing that I would also just ask through the chair is with respect to local aid from the state level, can you speak to that and, you know, the difference between this past fiscal year and the budgets, the governor's budget?
That could be interesting.
Mr. McGurty?
Through the chair. So local aid over the past 5 years at least has been tapped to the state anticipated increase in revenues. So it's become somewhat formulaic. It's not a requirement.
it's something we
just
can all
what
get behind.
The prior administration and the current administration have done. And so at this point, the state it has an assumption of
Eagle-eyed viewers know this show is
2.2%
pro
revenue
zipline.
growth, and therefore
Big
they've
time.
increased local aid assumptions by 2.2%.
We were actually talking about it today,
Thank
funny
you.
enough.
And through the chair,
Me and Brendan and Sean and my brother
we have
that
some increased educational
every
costs,
new
that was
housing
referenced.
like
I know that
development
the
that
Fair
gets
Share Amendment generated
set
somewhere between 1.8
that
to
is
$2 billion.
however tall,
of
all of a sudden
which,
after it gets approved, gets knocked down to 5 stories.
$761.5
So we're
million
just going to
was
have a
set
bunch of
for
5-story
public
buildings
education,
around the city.
Another
Could be perfect for a set of
$538.5
zip
million to
lines.
transportation.
Truly.
I'm just wondering through the chair.
Just traverse the city on
when it
rooftops.
comes- I'm sorry. Also,
It makes sense because it
that some of
scales.
those
Like, I mean,
monies that there's, I'm not sure if it's called grants
you
or
can
whatever,
run
but
the city.
allocations
We've
that are
talked about
set
this
aside
before.
for
All the
clean
hills
energy
have
projects,
them going down towards
for
City
the
Hall.
schools. So I'd like
We can have
I'd like to
instead of
see a
like bus
report,
stops,
but if you could
like we can
speak
have
to
drop-off pads, like
how
big
it
foam
works
pits that
with
like
the Fair Share Amendment.
when you hit your stop, you just pull the cord and
is there
you
another
drop down in the
formula
foam
that's
pit.
applied for this
And then on a
municipality?
smaller, like
Is there an
neighborhood scale,
advocacy
like
aspect
house to
to
house,
this?
building to building, all
I'm
connected.
sure there is with regards
Need to borrow
to,
some sugar? Just zip
the
line right over your
additional
neighbor's
aid
window.
for clean energy projects, but if you don't know off the top
We
of your head,
could,
that's fine.
like in Japan, they have
but
that
if you could
huge
just respond to that,
Godzilla
I'd like
head
another
that you
report
can
through
zip
the chair.
line into for the Godzilla
Through the chair, I
Museum.
think
Like we
to
could
give you a
have
full answer, we'd have
like
to do it as a report.
Joe
I will
Petty,
say on the
his
fair
big
share,
fucking head.
I have not
You
dug
like
deep on how
you
the
zip
state
line
is
through his
funding
ear
its
and out the
contributions
other
to
one because he
education.
ain't
I
got no
assume some of that
goddamn
Fair Share
brains.
Amendment monies are going
And then
to
you can
the
high five Orson. I
increases
feel like
in
it's a one and then a
education
two.
Oh, yeah.
contributions that the state
Yeah.
is making. In terms of the energy savings, over the last number of years, we've worked closely with the schools where they've used ESSER funds and the like to help offset some of the energy improvements that they've made at the schools. But that's also been combined with various ESCO funds that the city has borrowed as part of its capital budget.
Yeah, I would just like report back on that information. I know that some of those monies go for public colleges, universities, also, universal school meals, and minimal aid funding to local schools. So I'm just trying to figure all this out and how it works. I know previously I had asked for a report regarding Fair Share Amendment. We are the second largest city in the state. I don't know if that plays
New
into
England.
it or
Why do
how
we keep robbing
these
ourselves?
monies are dispersed, or if it's just, like I said,
Rest of the region
purely
don't fucking
formula.
matter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Because we're questionably a city.
The reports, we'll send this to MO. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Let's just skip over the next one. Let's get one more item here. To be ordained, we have 9A through 9R. Be named on the roll call. Council Russell?
Mr. Chairman, I just got a question through you to the manager. I had a call today from a small business person on Hamilton Street talking about 9A. And he asked the question, and I really didn't know how to answer it, so I'm asking the manager
I don't know why statute
to
needs to be
answer it.
brought
How
up.
long is it going to take for the actual sign to go up in front of his business that we're voting on today? Can you guesstimate it? I wouldn't expect an
Mr.
exact
Manager?
time, but just like, are we talking months down the road, or a week or two, or what are we talking?
Through to the council, I can't definitively give you that answer. I know that they have a long list of signs that they're working through. And what's happened over the past few months, we've also had a backlog of the actual poles that we had to order. So they've been in back order, and that has prolonged the process as well. I can't give you the definitive answer, but I know that it definitely could probably take more than 30 days.
So it wouldn't take more than 30 days?
No, it probably could take more than 30 days, depending
But
on
if the poll, through you, Mr. Chairman, to the manager, but if the poll is there, is that something that would expedite it? If there are poll, because I think this was changing some of the the signs that were actually on.
Yeah, it's something that we can take a look at. And
All right, anything
consider.
they could do to move it along would be appreciated by the business owner.
Thank you. So 9A to 9R, down on the roll call.
Council Bergman? Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay, next item is that the city council convene executive session on Tuesday, February 4th, 2025 for the
When you're done, sorry. Go ahead.
for the purposes of discussing litigation strategy concerning Natal Conzenza, United States Court of Appeals, the First Circuit Court, and the city council will not reconvene in open session. On this?
Yes.
Okay.
Just really quickly through the chair, if it just, before we go into executive session, if it just clarify for me whether or not we are a party to this. I thought I was understanding previously that that by ruling we were removed in terms of any litigation or financial responsibility. So I'm trying to understand why we're going into the executive session if we are not part and parcel to this. So through the chair to the administration, just be explained whether, like, what is our involvement in this particular matter at this time? I'm not asking for strategy. What is the, are we, have we been removed or not? What is the situation?
To the chair to the council, we are not a party to this current judgment, but I'd actually have the solicitor give you a further explanation to that.
Through the chair to the counselor, the First Circuit case that you see we were removed from, that was confirmed the city's summary judgment, so we're not a party to that case. But there are other, imminent litigation that
Okay.
would
So
qualify for
there's
executive session.
There's other litigation. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor G.I.? Councilor
Yes.
King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell? Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes.
So that's it for us, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, in another unshocking and incredibly disappointing showing by our elected officials in this city, but another amazing showing by some people on the council, but really the community and the commenters, the people that showed up. I mean, it's over 50 speakers tonight, and the momentum continues because it's like there's no argument to be made. There's no two sides to just supporting people that are people's humanity, and that's really what it comes down to. That, like, if you are doing anything other than saying I will do everything I can to help people that need it, in every aspect, then you're not worth respecting. You're not worth giving deference to. But this specifically right now, because this is not only come up within the city, but on a national level, there's real stakes at hand here. But don't forget that this isn't some astroturfed like national public political issue that people are dragging into city council. This comes from the fact that Candy Merrill Carlson said bigoted shit about another person in that chamber. Again, anytime anybody quote unquote steps out of line from the public, or even tonight Attell saying nothing, no personal, it's not a personal attack, it's an opinion about something somebody else did, an action somebody else took. There's no shortage of talk about like respect and decency and all that fucking bullshit, but when it comes to like what a sitting city councilor said about their fellow city councilors. That's never been a part of the conversation. There's never the extent of the conversation has been talking about like, well, it's a mistake, but that's it. It's never been about demanding across the board respect for some people when the demands are made for others. So like, don't forget where this came from. Don't forget why this run of meetings like this started on this specific topic. It's because of Candy Merrill Carlson and her disqualifying comments that she made about Tu and about Attell. It's just that's all there is to it. Doesn't matter, and none of the other like deflections matter, because this is a problem brought on by Candy and the mayor themselves. So
I just wanted to hone in on a comment Ruthos made while you were talking there, Brian, that listening to public comment, the thing that really struck me was just, and it's been happening week to week. It just seems like this week it really went over the top, like how confident and emboldened the people speaking are. And I think like everyone here, at least on cam, knows that like public speaking is not easy the first time you go out. It's like, I think everybody that goes in front of the council to speak the first time, like feels like, fuck, I ruined everything. Like that, the crowd that is showing up consistently is fucking crushing it. And the longer this goes on, I mean, they're starting to like, even if you're not paying attention to the points, just the tone is kicking the shit out of that elected body. It's, I'm actually having a hard time understanding what the strategy is for the council now, where they just keep drawing this out. And as a result, like the city is becoming more aware, more emboldened, and again, more confident in telling them all to go fuck themselves appropriately.
Right. Yeah, they're used to being held accountable to the fucking morons that like regressive morons that have nothing else to do. But now they're seeing that there are more numbers for not only people that are directly affected by this, but are supportive of the community, who don't even necessarily have like anybody in their family or anything like that. It's just like when something is right, you fight for it. When something
right
is wrong, you stand up to it. And I don't think that's necessarily a sleeping giant that they want to
No, yeah, because we've all been paying attention to this long enough. I mean, there's a very predictable cycle for the council. Their off year from elections is when they yell at each other, and then as soon as New Year's rolls around in an election year, everybody's best friends, and we're not supposed to talk about anything but leaf collection and potholes and how much work we're going to put into city streets over the next cycle. I mean, that's the best Joe can come up with for a fucking agenda. Like this has just launched into the sun. And it's going to hopefully just keep going. But in the same time, it's having this unusual byproduct, at least unusual for Worcester, where people are actually starting to pay attention and mass also show up. And it seems at least interested in staying engaged. And that's like completely fucking new math for Worcester municipal elections.
Right. 100%. Bill, do we have you on here? Can you hear us? I don't know if we have Bill's audio yet. But yeah, I mean, it's just like the stupidity of doing it like this, of just flailing back at something that, again, like when it really boils down to it, I know that they try and come up with like cute like ways to try and be against it without being openly like being bigoted, and they're not successful at it, but they still try. But like it really does come down to like, why, like, what possible, like, what possible argument could you have against like people just existing as they are? Like, and that goes for the larger thing too. That goes for all the fucking morons that love to chime in, and are straight up bigoted when maybe the politicians in the city won't cop to it. But like, why the fuck do you care? Is the question I find myself asking to anybody that ever says anything homophobic, transphobic at all.
Yeah. What Donna said tonight. Oh, sorry, Brian. I didn't mean to talk over
No,
you.
go ahead.
What Donna said tonight, it's just like it befuddles the mind, because she sat there and listened to people saying when they came for me, I didn't stand up. And then here she gets up and be like, well, Big Daddy Trump isn't going to give us any money if we just choose to do this. Instead of standing up for her constituents, instead of listening to the people in the room, she chose to cower and hold the item. Just like we're all saying, to invite them back in a week just so we can go through this again. And I'm curious what the delay tactic is going to be next week. I get the sense that they're hoping that they will outlast us. But there's way too many of us really pissed off about everything that's happening. So like everybody's saying in the chat, like, yeah, it's one thing to be pissed off now, and it's one thing to hold them to task every week. But like, we need to solidify our base. We need to solidify our people so that going through the next election cycle, people like Donna Colorio do not feel safe in her seat. She should be threatened. Like, there's a reason George wanted to sit out this one. It's probably because he's not a shoo-in. Bill's going to be here with much smarter things than I am. What you got, Bill?
I think George Russell put all of his colleagues in a really fucking bad spot when he dared everyone in that audience to run when he's not running.
Right.
Because I mean, Brian, you were talking about it earlier. I was listening on the drive home, but this thing that they do about respect, where it's only a lack of respect when they're the ones that are getting yelled at. And the reason why people are yelling at them is because they're being so fucking disrespectful.
Yeah.
57 people by my count showed up unanimously in support of this petition. Donna Colorio's reason wasn't even good the first time the city lawyer got up, but she got a second chance when Christian King got up and asked the lawyer to re-explain it. And the lawyer said, yeah, we don't know. And really the only thing the Trump administration has said so far about this federal funding is sanctuary as it relates to migrant status. So like, what are we even talking about here? And he's like, see? So what are we even talking about here?
And even then, I'm not cool with us fucking bending over for that. Like, I understand that.
No, we shouldn't have done that in the we shouldn't do it in the first place.
Fuck that shit.
I mean,
like,
yeah.
I thought they all told us that we're not supposed to negotiate with terrorists. I heard a lot about that in the mid 2000s.
I was in that fucking room. I watched Donna Colorio, Mo Bergman, and Kate Toomey while Christian was speaking. He was the first one to speak on it. All wheeling their chairs around, talking to each other, whispering to each other.
Right.
It was a group decision to tie it up with that bullshit hold. And I couldn't even hear what Donna was saying, what the reason for the hold was, besides that she wants a report. It's bullshit anyway. But because the crowd was just like booing her so loudly, I could barely even hear what she was saying. Good for Attell for directly condemning what Colorio did, because that was one of the most pathetic and embarrassing. I mean, I had to leave because I was yelling. I got to the point where I was yelling.
Oh, I heard you.
Did you hear it?
I heard you. I can't remember what you said. I meant to write it down, but I did clock you.
When I knew I had to get out of the room was when Mo Bergman stood up and said, if Donna hadn't stood up and said that, I would have. And I yelled out, of course you fucking would have.
Yeah.
Something like that. Like a little bit too loud. And I was biting my tongue hardcore walking up the steps. But then when I got out into the hallway, I pulled a Kyle. I punched the drywall.
Good.
I broke my tripod. It was really, 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 really frustrating.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Did you put a hole in City Hall?
This is the kind of stuff I want to talk about. Physique, like, you're here all the time. Like, you're like trying to like walk the line of mildly like trolling without really going for it. And again, I tell you every week, like, I'm happy to have you here. Don't care as long as you don't say anything like too dorky, then whatever.
Yeah,
But
one
like,
day you'll be okay at it.
yeah, like, what do you like? What is comedy about this to you? Like, and don't answer, because honestly, because anything you say, I'm probably just gonna fucking kick you, because it's fun, because it'll be funny. But think, like, take that, like, consider it for yourself. What the fuck is funny about what anybody said tonight? Like, what is funny? What is cool or fine or acceptable about listening to what everybody said tonight and then just being like, I disagree? Like, then, like, I know it's hard to argue with somebody that is, like, in general, not speaking to you specifically, but I know it's hard to argue with people that are just like inhuman, and gladly so. But like, it really does come down to, like, why the fuck do you care? Why do you care so much about something that has no effect on you? Like, I can't imagine that this many people throughout the world on a person to person basis just don't give a fucking shit about. I hope that's true that you said that you don't disagree, but I like, on a one-to-one basis, if you're dealing with somebody you know or that you meet that is like, that tells you this exact same story that you heard tonight, I can't imagine that this many people would turn around and tell them to fuck off. Like, it just isn't how we work. And so what confuses me is why you can do that to people you don't know, that have nothing to do with you, that are just out there in the world existing, and all they're asking for is to be treated as human beings. I don't understand why that's a problem. Like, for that, like, gets to it's weird. It's fucking weird to, like, give a shit about in a negative way, to give a shit about people like that have no fucking bearing on your life. Like, I just don't fucking understand.
Yeah.
And
just fucking loser. Who cares?
Yeah, and that's what it comes down to, is they are fucking losers. But again, like, and this isn't like a thing of like, oh, how do we get to them, or how do we affect them? I just don't fucking get, like, how do you let that, like, that much invade your brain space? I just don't fucking get it.
Donna Calorio, like, said it last week. We'll say it again. Donna Calorio and Mo Bergman. One of them's the vampire. One of them's the thrall. Donna Calorio had an opportunity to take back the hold, and they could just vote on it, and it would have been 8-2, or
7-3, maybe.
Maybe 7-3.
8-2 me, I don't think would have been brave enough to actually vote against it.
Yeah. And they could have just done that, but I saw when Christian and then Louis, and good for Louis for trying to pull another move here, where he plays like consensus maker and just like drags the cranks along into doing the right thing. That was cool of him to stand up and do that. And the fact that it didn't work, and Joe Peta didn't even make Donna Calorio get up and like say
right.
that she wasn't going. She just shook her head. I mean, I have it on video, but it doesn't get picked up in the council stream.
Yeah, we couldn't tell what.
And then, like, while Louis was speaking, like, Donna and Mo were like looking at each other, and Mo was like shaking his head, being like, "No, don't take it back. Don't withdraw it." Calorio had absolutely no idea what to do. She was just frozen there, stuck. But I think that they just made what probably would have been something that peters out next week turn into something that gets like 3 or 4 times as big next week.
Right.
They I was talking to Allie right after, and she just goes, "It's a race to the fucking bottom with these people." You know what I mean? Like, it's just the shitty person Olympics.
It's true.
It's who can out shitty person the other person.
It's true. And every time somebody argues, like, why are we focusing on this? Why are we spending time on this? Why are people hijacking, quote unquote, hijacking the city council meeting? As if there's anything to fucking hijack. Why? It's like, because all somebody asked literally one specific person tuning you in asked to be treated like a human being, and that was too fucking much. And so everything that comes after that is everyone's fault who is against that. Anyone who argued against 2, anyone who pushed back on that, it's your fucking fault. It's not the organizer's fault. It's not the people that come to speak. It's not anyone commenting in support. It's not their fault for hijacking anything. It's your fucking fault for just not being able to accept another person's humanity and then starting a fight over it. And you're losing that fight, and you can't like accept that you were wrong or don't think that you're wrong or whatever. But the more this goes on, the more it's because of the people pushing back against it. Somebody tells you that they want to be treated like a human being, the only answer is yes, of course you are. What can I do to help? And everything else beyond that is your fucking fault. And everything that happens in every one of these meetings, every time somebody yells out or boos or makes them look like fucking idiots, it's your fucking fault. So do not engage with the argument that you're being disrespectful. Anybody in the gallery, do not take for 1 second think that you should stop because they're upset with you or angry at the decorum or whatever bullshit. They fucking started it. It's their fucking fault.
Joe Petty, if you're listening, Joe Petty, if you're listening to this, if you're watching this at some point in the future, you know what you have to do. You know exactly what you have to do. The only way that this stops is if you throw Candy to the fucking wolves.
Right.
Kick her out in the wilderness.
Right.
Banish her from your little coterie of insiders. She doesn't belong there. And I don't understand how our city's developers are okay with their fucking fortunes, company reputations, and standing in the fucking world being associated with a bigoted fucking townie like Kenny Merrill Carlson, who is otherwise completely fucking replaceable. Joe Petty, she is replaceable. Replace her.
Right.
And all of this ends. That's all you have to do. You know that, and you're terrified of it.
Right.
Why are you terrified of Kenny Merrill Carlson? What makes her so scary, Joe Petty? Joe Petty, what makes Kenny Merrill Carlson so scary to you that you will let this continue on and you won't do what you need to do?
Why is that?
Crazy.
Please,
Why?
Joe, explain that go on Talk of the Commonwealth tomorrow and explain that. What hold does she have over you? Are you her thrall? What is going on? And can we explain it in vampire terms? I'm fine with a vampire explanation, but we just need an explanation. But yeah, I mean, once again, shout out to everybody that showed up tonight, either in person or online for comments. Shout to the organizers that have been just doing an incredible job over the past month. Shout out to Attell. Shout out to Two. Shout out to anybody that is on the right side of this and is doing anything they can to keep the pressure turned up. Like we talked about at the beginning of the show, everything fucking sucks. Everything's getting worse. This is Josh, thank you. Amazing. Everything everywhere is going to be terrible from now on. This thing we can control, at least to an extent. Nothing else, like everything else is going to be harder. There's a protest tomorrow at every state capitol. That seems hard to discern whether or not it's a real protest or not. And that whole thing is amorphous and dangerous, and who knows what will come of it and what. But this thing right here, everything that goes on within this city, we have a say in, and we have more say than they are comfortable with, and so we need to hold on to that. We need to keep pushing on that, probably Joe Petty's penis. I don't know. That's anyone else got anything?
Physique, gargle my swamp ass nuts.
Yeah.
Disrespectfully.
You just like it's time to stop playing nice with these fucking dorks. They should be as every day they should be as scared of the consequences as they are when somebody stands in the room and boos them and they get all of a sudden terrified. Like they should be scared of that every day.
It's just going to keep happening unless Joe Petty does what he knows he needs to do, and he knows he has the power to do. He's just got to do it. You just got to do it, Joe. You know, a mayor that could win a state Senate seat would have done it. A mayor with the political fucking balls to win a state Senate seat after being the mayor for 7 terms probably would do the thing that I'm telling you to do right now. So it's gonna be your legacy, Joe. Joe, it's gonna be your fucking legacy. So.
Yeah. So I don't know. Do you want to leave it there for tonight, friends? Again, thanks everybody. Thank you to everybody for joining in. Everybody that resubscribed tonight. Everybody that followed. We as frustrating and as painful as this can be sometime, we love doing this show with everybody. We love to be a part of this crew, and we appreciate all your guys' support. Make sure that you're following Worcester Sucks and I Love It for more on all of this and everything that goes on in this dumbass city government. BillShaner.substack.com, WorcesterSucks.email, follow at Worcester_sucks on Instagram. Follow Woot and Andy Comedy. We have our next show is on Valentine's Day at Coney Island. We're doing a Valentine's edition of Hot Dog. Some more information coming up in the next few days on that. But bring your hamster to Coney Island. But it's gonna be a really fun one. I'm really excited about it. We got some great comics and we have some fun stuff planned for Valentine's Day. So if you're solo or want to bring your date, it would be really funny if you brought your date to Hot Dog on Valentine's Day. Bring a first date. That could be really fun. So yeah, we just shot a very stupid video today at Coney Island, so I'm excited about that. Trav, what do we got in your neck of the woods?
I gotta do it right. I gotta do the thing. But all day Saturday, starting at 10 at 75 Webster Street, we have Zines, Tunes, and Spoons, where we're inviting people over to watch some old cartoons, make some zines, and eat some cereal. And then that follows up at noon to 6 p.m. We have the whole building open where there's a bunch of artists, Boomin' Way, Matthew Burgos, Tim Doyle. Who else is open? Squeebo. Yeah, lots of homies are going to be there, opened up their doors and showing off their art. Plus, it'll be the last viewing of my show, Mind Games. I've created a activity book because there were games. Bryan and Sean and a bunch of other cool cats helped me with the opening, run a bunch of carnival games, and I want to bring that energy to the closing. So I made an activity book that people can pick up and play some games and puzzles and have some fun.
Hell yeah. It was so fun. The gallery is fantastic, and this collection, Mind Games, was really fun. So go check it out. And follow us at Nitty Council virtual February. Keep it up. Keep up the good work. Chris, yes, you can bring your wife. Hell, you can bring anyone's wife. Make sure you're following us at Worcester Council Theater 3000 at WCT3000 on Instagram. We love you guys. Subscribe. Ad-free viewing, I just found out, if you're a subscriber on Twitch. So all those dumb ad breaks that you guys get at the beginning, no longer on if you're a subscriber. And some other things I'm tweaking coming up soon. More Roman content, maybe. We will see you next Tuesday. Thank you very much, everybody. Keep it together, or don't.
We do it again next week.
Hell yeah.
We do it again next week.
Bye.